Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for January 14th, 2020. We'll begin with the appeals calendar. New cases, item number 1, 2018-170A. This is 5103 Van Dam Street, Queens. This application will be postponed till March 17th.
Correct.
Submission date is February 26th. Special order calendar, item number 2, 389, oh shoot, sorry. 389-85BZ, 2090 Bronxdale Avenue, the Bronx. Sorry about that.
There we go. Sorry about what?
I forgot to put the sign-in sheets out. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board? Do you respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, please proceed. State your name for the record.
John Roman.
Okay, up there.
Good morning. John Ronan appearing on behalf of the applicant. I viewed the board's review session last evening, and with your permission, I will address the issues that were raised. With regard to the planting, I understand that the board would like a landscape architect drawing. The last time I was here, we discussed the possibility of just showing it on our drawing.
No, that's not what I said. I said
All
that
right.
you don't have any details at all. The drawing is so teeny, you can't, and there's no dimensions on the planting beds. So you need a planting bed detail, and you need to show, the frequency of the plants, right? How many arborvitae there are. But at the moment, it could be a 1-foot planting bed. It's impossible to tell, right? So it's the front to back depth, and then the depth to, for the bed itself, and then, yeah.
We could certainly do that. In fact, what I'll probably do is, in addition to showing it on the site plan, have a separate plan that provides those details.
Okay, okay.
The board had also mentioned that there were clothing bins on the site. What we'll do is we'll locate them on our existing conditions drawing and then see that they're physically removed, so they will not appear on the proposed conditions.
Great.
Regarding the work, yes, we understand that the asphalting, the painting of the building, and also the replacement sign that's being erected on the site, that'll all be done before this case gets out of hearing. We
Right.
understand that. The lumen levels, we're talking about, even though that there's no shared residential lot line on this property, across from Brady Avenue, there are residential buildings or apartment buildings there. So we can certainly take readings there and get them as low as possible. Is that the only portion of the site where you're looking for new readings?
That's where the diagram was indicating a high register, and it's residents across the street.
Okay, we can certainly do that. And with regard to the community board hearing, I called again yesterday. I was told there was, community board 11. I was told there was no one there that could assist me, but that if I would call Miss Lasky later on this afternoon, she might be able to help me. Now, I certainly will do that. I just want to let the board know, in addition to the initial submission by certified mailing, we've been copying the community board on everything that has gone through this board. I'll find out why they didn't, why they chose not to, and if the board would like, I'll see if I can have a letter from them indicating that they just chose not to hold a hearing.
Right, well, that would be
Yeah,
great,
that would-
except that I have to say, this was submitted almost a year ago, so they've had plenty of time to weigh in. I just want to make sure that they haven't weighed in, and we just didn't get a copy of whatever it
I'll
is.
It
certainly.
might make sense for our case manager to reach out to the community board.
Case manager did reach out to the
Yeah.
community board and have
And-
not received a response.
I think we've made plenty of efforts.
I think, yeah.
What I could do, if it's okay, after I speak to Ms. Lasky, I can send an email to the board, indicating what took place during our
Okay, that's
conversation.
good.
Be satisfied with that.
Yeah, that's good.
And I believe the only other item that came up is The fire department had to put a letter into the board, a letter of no objection. I understand the board is waiting for that letter to be replaced with the,
It's just that it refers to the wrong calendar number. It's not something that you
Right,
can
okay.
do. Right. Okay, great. So, wondering whether you could just make a quick submission on the planting bed, because I just want you to go ahead with the work, right?
actually, that's a good idea, and then that way I'll know that the board is accepting what we're doing before we
Right.
actually physically have the contractor out there.
Right. Any chance that you could actually have it done today, since it's early in the morning?
No,
Like that you could call it in?
I'll be very honest with you, I don't see that taking
Okay.
place. I have to deal with we have a group of people that do CAD in the office. And,
Okay,
I mean, I could probably do a 2-week turnaround or something like that.
faster. When's our next year, the 28th?
28th.
Yeah, so we need it submitted before that. Wednesday the... 22nd. Yeah, Wednesday the 22nd. Submit the revised drawing to show clearly the dimensions and planting depth of the planting bed. It should be a minimum of 4 inches front to back, 4 feet front to back. That way it ensures the viability of what you're planting is arbor vitae, and indicate the spacing of the arbor vitae.
So we're talking about then a submission of the 22nd for the February 4th hearing then?
No,
The 28th.
January 28th. So we're just going to do a quick look, and then you'll have a sign off to proceed, okay?
All right.
Okay? Okay, doable? Are there any speakers on this? Okay.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you.
Item number 3, 13887BZ, 21836 Hillside Avenue, Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
This one? Yes, please.
What's that?
Is that someone's cell phone, or is that the alarm? That was your cell phone? Okay.
Good morning, Carl Safaro, applicant. I know from yesterday's hearing that you have my submission, and if there are any further comments regarding it, please let me know.
Okay, I don't think we had anything additional, let me just see. No, I think we were fine with this one, right? Everybody was okay with this?
Right.
Were there new plans? Because I don't know if the plan had the 0 at the lot line.
Sorry, you have to speak
The
up.
light was 0 at the lot line, was that included?
No, that was the prior application.
No, I thought this was this.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Madam Chair.
Was this one where we made a comment about 0 lot
You did.
line? Oh, I
You
didn't.
did speak about making
Yeah.
possibly a condition.
That's fine by me.
Okay, we're fine? Okay.
Oh, that was just going to be a condition,
Right,
right?
right.
It wasn't going to be
It didn't need to be on the
drawings.
plans.
Yeah. Sorry, I have it as a condition, not as we expected drawings. Okay, are there any speakers on this? Okay, I'd like to make a motion to close then.
Chair Promoter,
Aye?
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
All right.
And a motion to grant on the following conditions, that the operational plan that was provided will be included, so everything on the plan will be part of the conditions. Conditions will include that the lighting is 0 at the lot line, that the lot asphalt shall be fully resurfaced in 3 years from the date of the grant, and that, again, I made a mention of this yesterday, our general counsel should note that the reference in the prior resolution to a special permit was in error. The pre-61 variance was extended under 1141, and then also the condition of no cars for sale, which is part of the operational plan on the lot, okay? So with that, everybody got that? Okay, then a motion to grant on those conditions.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application's granted.
Thank you.
Item number 4, 90-91BZ, 636 City Island, the Bronx. There is an adjournment request for this.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. If at all possible, just to make sure that the applicant can finish the landscaping without needing another adjournment, we were contemplating coming back for the hearing on June 2nd, so submission date in early May.
So that means the landscaping is going to be installed during season,
That is
right?
the goal, yes.
Okay. Submission date, May 13th, for a continued hearing, June 2nd.
Is that good? Or-
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Item number 5, 5597BZ, 7636 164th Street, Queens. There is also a request for an adjournment on this.
Good morning again, Commissioners. David Rosenberg for the applicant. If we can push this into April.
So in other words, a submission in April?
Hearing in April, submission towards the middle or end of March.
Okay. Hearing, submission date, April 1st, 2020, for a continued hearing, April 21st.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, do that again?
April 1st, April 21st.
Thank you. Yeah, you should be signing it. Just sign it. Oh, it's the wrong one.
City Island, the first one? I don't know. What's the City Island? The prior one, 9091.
Okay, item number 6, 24503BZ, 16011 Willets Point Boulevard, Queens, and this is a request for an adjournment.
Good morning, Maria Papasevastos on behalf of the applicant.
Sorry, everyone's talking at the same time. Say that again?
Maria Papasevastos on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. So you needed an adjournment. How much time do you need?
We think we have the information we need to revise the plans to show the sound that the board requested. We think about two weeks to get together those plans.
I just want to, yesterday we received a letter from a resident abutting the site.
Oh, right.
Who wrote a letter
Yeah.
of support, basically
Right.
asking not to make any changes to the fence.
No, so, yeah. So
So
I just
I
want
just
to
kind of-
pick up on that.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I don't really want to have a hearing about this, but the instructions were not to move the fence onto their property.
Right.
The instructions were to increase the planting on the McDonald's side.
Right.
So it sounds like, when I read between the lines, the owner's being threatened with the fence being moved over onto his property, and hence he doesn't want that, which you could understand. He wants status quo as to his property, but the changes should be made on the McDonald's site.
To be
So,
clear,
yeah.
the changes that were going to be made to the neighbor's property was because from the neighbor's property, our fence is pushed back about 2 feet. So currently, the fence is 2 feet forward on McDonald's side. So we have an additional 2 feet to work
I
with.
think we need to open this.
Yeah, we need
with
to,
hearing
uh,
facts, right?
All right.
Swear you in.
Yeah.
We, all right, so we'll swear you in. We're going to just reopen it so that...
It's not closed, it's
It's
a
not
continued
closed,
hearing, it's just,
but she didn't get sworn in or
Oh,
anything, because we
sorry,
were
go ahead.
just adjourning.
Sure.
yeah. No, just raise your right hand, over there.
But it does...
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, so you can continue.
So the issue at the last hearing was that the fence at the rear of the property is on McDonald's property line. Then it extends out an additional 2 feet to cut into McDonald's property line. So a suggestion was made that instead of, that we could push the fence back to be at the edge of McDonald's property line, because we're not utilizing that 2 feet of space.
Yeah, but now look what,
Was made by us or by somebody else?
That was my understanding. If that's not the suggestion, then...
no, the suggestion was you maintain the fence, the status quo as to the neighboring property, but increase the size of the planting so that you have planting that continues all the way from the street to the place where you drive into the adjoining parking lot.
Without
And
moving
if-
the fence.
Without moving the fence, because the whole idea is not to impose on the neighbor. So what I hear from that really isn't, for me, a very nice sign of goodwill towards the neighbor, where essentially the guy is told, it's not our fault, in order to do what the BSA says, we have to move our fence and take back our property, even though you've been enjoying the 2 feet, you know?
I'll chalk it up to a misunderstanding. I think it's clear now.
Yeah.
I just want to, I know at earlier discussions, that was something that we had.
No, this is the last discussion.
I know, I had suggested that, but what I'm saying is that the last submission that was made, and that was the submission date of 11/07, I'm looking at the plans, and in the proposed plan, it really does not show the fence being moved. It is still at the same location as the existing fence. So
No. So there was supposed to have been another submission made. Last hearing we had on this was 11/26. So that was what was submitted and what we discussed.
Right.
We looked at that set of drawings that doesn't show any planting beyond a certain point and said you should continue with the planting all the way back to the edge of the property line, and if necessary, move the dumpster enclosure to allow, I just don't know what the dimensions are, to allow for ease of travel back to that rear parking lot, right? And instead, what they're saying, which is the first time we're hearing this, is that what we're proposing to do is move the fence to reclaim our property, essentially. That turns out, based on, I guess, on a survey, I hope, that it's actually the fence is sitting on, or let's say the fence is sitting short of our own property line, right? Okay. Which I don't think is in the spirit of neighborliness. So the instructions were increase the planting bed all the way back, right?
Right, so there are additional challenges with that, which we will, I don't want to speak on that until we have plans in front of you to show what those challenges are. But I'm happy to do that at the next submission and discuss that at that point.
Just also to point that the neighbor's letter is also stating that they are not disturbed by the status quo. No, I understand.
I know why I would write a letter like that. I'm
Right.
like, do not move the fence, I'll agree to whatever you want, right? Because I don't want my place disrupted because you're saying you're going to take back the 2 feet that I didn't even know was your 2 feet, right? So it's the lawyers from McDonald's against this property owner, right? Saying, what do you know, it's our 2 feet.
I'll just say that that's not how this played out, and the neighbor has been very happy with how things are going, and is happy with the McDonald's, how the things are going, has said to the owner that he has absolutely no problem with the way that things are, and his property enjoyment isn't impacted whatsoever. So it's not just about this fence, it's the fact that he believes that McDonald's is a good neighbor to him.
Well, so your say-so representing McDonald's doesn't make me feel that the property owner is getting a chance to be the one who is actually expressing his or her opinion, right? So if you really wanted to persuade us, we'd be talking to the property owner.
Do you think that you could do more landscaping and not move the fence the 2 feet?
We could at the front of the property, at the rear of the property, it would be extremely difficult.
Why would it be difficult? It's just called cutting and, it's called construction. Why would it be difficult?
So the rear of the property is elevated. If you look at the photos of the rear of the property, it's on a higher elevation. So to build that out, it would require, I'm not sure what exactly, I would need the engineer to explain what it would require to do that, but it's at a different elevation in the back. It's raised up the rear of the property.
But a car drives, how raised up could it be?
There's a ramp going down, and if you look at the photos, I believe it was the photos prepared by the board's consultant. So, again, this is something that we want to fully flesh out and have the engineer speak on what those challenges would be. But the photos at the rear of the property, as you're going into the back where there's additional parking, that elevation is raised up higher.
And?
And it would be difficult then to build that out, put additional plantings there, would be a challenge.
Why? Sorry.
Why don't you
If a-
just add them on the current elevation, on the existing elevation? Why do you need to elevate whatever
Or
is
dig down,
existing?
it sounds.
Or
Sorry?
change, why do you need to change the grades at all? Just put some planting and you're done.
What I'm told is that it's a challenge for various reasons. I would have to flesh those out with the engineer who has told me about this, and with the owner who has had people come in for landscaping and was told about those issues and how it would be difficult.
Okay, next submission, we're gonna be waiting for additional planting per our request,
Right.
unless this is something that like represent an engineering challenge for you. If you don't wanna go that route, please get us explanations from
Right.
the engineer
Right.
why it's a challenge.
Yeah,
Well, I
If it
would
fails a
say-
cost-benefit analysis.
I want to see a survey. I don't see any indication of level changes on any of these drawings.
Me neither.
So, and the fact that you can drive means it can't be that much of a level change, right? Because the ramp isn't that long. Otherwise, you'd have,
I still don't
Difficulty.
understand why a level change would be relevant,
me too.
but.
Actually,
I'm-
if we're asking to relocate the fence and there is great change, it might be challenging because placing the fence somewhere else other than where it is right now would impose some grade changes. You need to remove or add a retaining wall. But if we're asking to preserve the fence at the location where it is right now, I don't see any reason why it could be a challenge.
Okay, I'll make sure that the experts on that give a sufficient explanation.
But we're trying to push this forward and get it to like the finish line, but if you have a reason, a good reason why it shouldn't be done that way, please get us the explanation.
Honestly,
Yeah, a clear explanation and including a survey because,
if the grading's the issue, then but if it's not the issue, if grading's not the issue, I don't think they should survey.
Yeah, if he's talking about grading as a reasoning, we would get a survey. If he doesn't have a good reason and they want to go with just additional planting, I'm okay with it without the survey.
sorry, I say that one more time.
If they want to go with the additional planting without relocating the fence,
Yes,
and they
Right.
gonna present no challenge, I don't need a survey.
correct.
Right.
We're good to go. But if he's gonna challenge the additional planting based on grade changes or whatever is related to grades, we need to like make sure that these grades are true, so we need to get a survey.
Understood.
Thank you.
But just for a word of advice, it may be more expensive to make the argument that this is impractical than to actually do it.
We will confirm that.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, so,
Okay. Submission date February 12th with a continued hearing March 3rd.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 7, 11594BZ, 2470, 2480 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole, oh wait, you have people? Okay.
12 and mush that.
Yeah, I think so.
Excuse
I
me,
didn't
Glenn.
write it down.
Oh, okay. I'm going to get a block of the camera. All right, everyone raise your right hand, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Yes. Okay. Here. That's for neighbors and other people coming to speak. Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. David Rosenberg on behalf of the applicant.
Continue, please.
I'm joined today by Glenn Catrona, the project architect, as well as representatives of the owner, as well as the primary operator of the site.
Santos.
The site is owned, the applicant, Ms. Paretsky, is an elderly woman who has taken over the day-to-day operation of this site from her husband after his passing in 2011. Her children, who really manage the day-to-day operations, are here to speak about that as well. Just a few notes before, as they get sworn in. In a subsequent submission, we will amend our papers to address the substantial prejudice requirement of the requested waiver of BSA's rules of practice and procedure,
thank you.
as well as provide more substantial evidence of continuous use in the duration of the time since the board's last grant in the intervening years. With respect to the issue of signs, I believe yesterday at the review session, the board was quoting from a letter from the architect sent in 2018, noting that the signs were non-compliant. And I think that the chair's point yesterday was correct, that and as we addressed in subsequent submissions, the calculations that led to that were done a little bit differently and did not acknowledge the fact that there are 3 different establishments within the C1 district regulations for signs. The maximum square footage of signs are calculated based on each establishment within a building and not for the building as a whole. If calculated to the maximum 150 square feet, obviously these would be non-compliant, but based on the fact that there are 3 different establishments here, the signs, we believe that the signage does comply with the C1 district regulations, and subsequent submission will spell that out in more detail, as well as to provide the board's sign compliance form. And also, just with respect to a large thrust of the board's comments yesterday about issues with the neighbor. To put this site into context, 2470 Bedford Avenue is an existing, it's had a history as automotive repair going back and is under the board's jurisdiction since 1924, under various iterations and amendments that that has been changed. It's surrounded by 2 sites, 2460 Bedford Avenue to the north and 2480 Bedford to the south, that are both historically automotive uses that are not operating under the board's jurisdiction and appear to operate as non-conforming uses. Many of the issues that were raised at the community board and that have been and that were cited yesterday by the board relate to those uses. And the applicants can speak more to this, and the operators can speak more. The operators work very hard to make sure that there are no cars parked on the sidewalk. Under the board's existing conditions, they cannot operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they have limited options to enforce it as well. They've had numerous meetings with the community board and with the local police precinct to address those issues. And noting the number of complaints here, it's important also to note the number of violations that were actually issued against this operation, which there are none. Ultimately, the applicants would like to be able to, if there were a car parked on their sidewalk from one of the adjacent uses, they would like the ability to tow that car. In conversation with the NYPD, they're just not able to. And so they have limited enforcement there. The only thing they can do is to manage the site while they're there, and the operator is here to talk about what measures they take to do it. They have constant communication with the community board and with the police precinct to address these issues as they come up. The nature of the block being predominated by these 3 large automotive sites has an unfortunate tendency for people to dump cars on the street, and in some cases possibly related to other uses to dump dead vehicles there, which are the vehicles that get towed.
I'm sorry, what hours are the other uses operating?
And the operators can speak more, but we have seen them operating as much as 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, doing work on site, including the kinds of body work and paint work that is not permitted on our site and that none of our operators engage in all hours of the night, on 7 days a week, whenever they have people to do it.
Let's say, the assertion is that all of the cars that are parked right in front of this establishment are unrelated to this establishment?
The operators can speak more, but they are very clear that they cannot have cars parked on their sidewalk.
What do you mean they cannot have?
That they have, right, as the chair mentioned yesterday, this is a deep property, and they have adequate room inside of their facilities to bring any cars in for whatever tire work needs to happen, and they do that. They don't do their work on their sidewalk.
No, that wasn't the question. The cars parked that are in almost every photograph we see on this site, cars that are parked in front of the building, the assertion is that those cars are not related to this establishment?
Oh, I'd have to know the date of the specific pictures that the chair is referring to, because operators have changed, but yes, the
So
current
the
operators
submission-
understand their responsibility.
See, that
pursuant
wouldn't
to
be
the
a very
variance.
compelling argument, because the whole, it would be more compelling if the entire sidewalk was,
Yeah.
had cars down the line through both those locations. That's not what we see here. We see, if, most uses would prefer to have the cars that they're working on in front of their shop.
Could you lean closer to your
Sorry.
mic?
Most uses would like to have the car that they're working on, or going to be working on, or responsible for in front of their shop. That would make most sense. So if that full line in front of the other locations was fully parked with cars, that would make your argument much more compelling. But that's not what these photographs show.
All right, I'll have the operators and the owners come talk a little bit about Nelson, Beth, Howard, if you can.
Let me ask you, your site is the immediately adjacent north to the abandoned repair shop, right?
Yes, that, the building, the 100 by 100 building.
Say your name for the record. so I can-
2 photos, I took them Thursday, last Thursday.
Would,
2 cars, double parking on the sidewalk. Was that the new operator or the old one?
Commissioner, if you would be so kind as to include those photos in the record, we can examine them, know the time. And then when they come up, they can speak to when it is, so we can know, because I can only see just a little bit of that picture, and I just can't
I think
comment on it.
we can, I think the commissioner can state his observation on the record
Yes.
that there were 2 cars Commissioner?
Right.
Last Thursday, around noon time, I was at the site, and it was 2 cars, double parking in front of the first shop, north of the abandoned repair shop. 2 cars, and they were being repaired, actually. I saw some people working on it.
And that, the shop adjacent to it was abandoned?
Which one do you mean is the abandoned shop?
The corner side,
The one that says
Yes.
Blonde
yes, the one at the corner here.
Rendy's Auto Rebuilder? Oh,
Yes,
the corner
next
that's,
to the auto rebuilder.
oh, the one that's the open
Yeah.
lot.
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Right here.
Hi, my name is Hector Santos, tenant of 2470.
Can you
Bedford
speak into the mic, sorry?
Avenue. Hi, my name is Hector Santos, tenant of 2470 Bedford Avenue.
Okay. And what is it that you do?
I do tire repair,
Okay, so what's the name of your company?
Bedford Tires Corp.
Bedford Tiger, is it your
Yeah,
business?
Yes.
Okay,
So that's on the extreme right-hand side.
well, there's
We
a lot
have
of...
issues with the tires there.
Yeah, so here's the problem. We can't have, and this has been a problem at the site for a very, very long time, like at least 10, if not 20 years on the site. How long have you been in business?
Around 20 years.
Yeah, so then this is you, right? We can't have any cars parked on the street, and we can't have you storing tires on the street. The street belongs to the public. The tires belong inside your shop.
I totally understand that.
Right,
And-
but so this is something that you were corrected on repeatedly by both the community board and by this board way back in 2008, I think. And the tires went back right onto the sidewalk.
That shop is very big. All my job is being done inside the shop.
The tires why are the tires outside?
Sometimes we have to put a tire aside for the truck to come and pick them up, like the scrap tires, but we never do the
No,
repair.
no, these are tire racks.
And some of the tires are packed away in a very neat manner. It almost seems
Right,
like
yeah,
they were
yeah.
not-
That was small tire rack right close to the wall, not in the sidewalk. It's right on the sidewall of the building. but
It's
it was-
outside the building, right?
Right, right,
Okay.
outside the
So-
building.
And you're not suggesting, you've been in business 20 years.
Yes.
You're not suggesting that other people, other operations park their car in front of your shop without you permitting it, are you?
No, it's very hard for me to deal with that situation because most of the time I can control somebody else's cars. My car that I'm working on it, I make sure they're inside the shop. I never work outside the shop. And there's the biggest issue there, which is we're in the middle of 2 of the shops, which is 2480 and 2460. And most of the time I even call myself. I called up 7-0 prison to make sure they come and pick cars up that was left on the front of the shop without plate on it. They was just abandoned there for months. And they picked some of the car, yeah, they towed some of the car, but the issue was there, and I got a good relationship with the 7-0.
But you don't think that it's the adjacent properties leaving that car there, do you?
It's somebody else's car leaving in there. It's not our car. That's like that I could guarantee 100% because I'm in a shop. We open the shop at 8 o'clock and we close at 7 o'clock.
Okay.
The other shop that was 2460, 2480, there was 24-hour shop. And there was a nightmare for the neighbors. Well, most of the complaint, it was for them.
Wait,
you reckon-
2480 is the closed business, right?
Right, but they recently closed out in May.
But the commissioner observed cars parked on the sidewalk on Thursday.
Right, because since that place is being closed, whoever could not find a parking at night or during the day, they park on the sidewalk, and it's not us.
You know,
I don't believe we're going anywhere.
I just think that, if I could, having tires outside of your shop, and your shop being a tire shop, and having cars parked on the sidewalk looks to me, and I believe looks to the majority of the board, like you're changing tires on the sidewalk.
No.
Otherwise, why would your tires be
Never.
outside?
It's a small rack that I put outside just to customers see, because there's nothing out for them to see that we do tires. Yes, there's a sign saying tire shop, but if you look at it,
I understand.
It's a small tire rack right against the wall. It's not even in the middle of the sidewalk.
Sorry, they're not small.
They're not small. I think from all the Google Street Views photos that I'm looking at dating back to 2013, 2014, not only was there one tire rack, but there are piles of tires that have been...
Well, by them, yes.
No, so the tire rack, you're moving from inside outside, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But it would be impossible for you to stack those tires every day neatly in front and then moving it back. They're almost permanently out there. And our point is that keeping two issues aside, whether those are cars belong to you or not, that's on the sidewalk. One first issue is that we did not allow, and city does not allow for the sidewalk to be used for your tires to be on display.
Right,
So those need to be inside. Even during business hours, tire racks, individual tires, all of them need to be inside your store. So for that, and we don't want to belabor whether it was on one specific day when the photo was taken or not. In your establishment, in the floor plans that's been submitted, we then need to see a plan where you show it clearly where the tires are going to be stored, and you need to take care of that immediately.
Right.
So that's step number one. With regards to whether you're doing the work or not, outside, I think I let the other commission, because I've not gone to the site yet, so I'm going by the photographs.
Right.
And the photographs do show that there are constantly cars parked there, and
They are, yes, but once again, I cannot control that because it's somebody else's car. It's not our car.
You can't control it because, so here's the thing. I don't know if the owner is here. Is the owner here? Okay. So, yeah, so let's have the owner also.
I'm sorry, just please state
yeah.
your name for the record.
Beth Singer.
Howard Kazanowitz.
Okay, you're the owners of the property? Okay. It's illegal.
My mother's the owner, technically.
Okay, so you're like her
A representative.
representative. Okay. It's illegal to allow cars to be parked on the sidewalk. It's illegal to have any business operations on the sidewalk. Though your tenant may be responsible for, at the very least, the tires, you're responsible for the act of the tenant. So you need to implement some sort of method to ensure that no one parks cars in front of your property. And you need to work with your tenant to figure out how to accomplish that thing. And you can't just say, it's not my fault.
Oh,
It is,
Totally
right?
agree with you. And that's why I called the community board over the summer, and I met with the two officers that are responsible for patrolling the area. And I said, we have to come up with a solution because, you know, I speak to the tenants and they say they don't park there and that it's somebody else. But, you know, I'm not there and I don't have like a little looking glass to see. So I wanted to dig further and see if they were telling me the truth. So I met with officers, Officer Michael Joseph and Miguel Marquez, and at the request of Sean Campbell and the community board. And I asked him, is there a problem with parking on the street? They said to me, on the sidewalk, there's a difference. And that sidewalk is big enough, just so you know, to park 2 cars parallel next to each other. And sometimes, and Sean Campbell said she was okay with this, because we want to get along with everybody in the community. We want to stay in there, and nobody wants to fight, and it's like a waste of time. She said it's okay when sometimes, because it's a one bay to get into the building, it's one bay. So sometimes you have to pull a car out to pull another one in. And just for that mobility purpose and shifting around, she said that's okay. But now I said, okay, now we have to understand, why are there always cars parked there? But we get notices for 2470 Bedford Avenue, which is us, and then 2480, I think. And it keeps 2460. So it comes in a bunch. So we're sort of getting packaged in with another building who isn't under the umbrella of the BSA here. And they could obviously just do what they want to do. So
Sorry, you're getting notices.
Complaints were going into the community board,
Okay.
not just for 2470 Bedford Avenue. So when you have a woman walking down the street, or a man, or whoever, and they don't like that there's a car parked on there, they call in and they say, there's a car parked on the street, and all 3 repair shops were under that umbrella of being complained about. We're the only ones that need a variance. So I think that's why it's becoming addressed by you. So with that said, I met with the officers who are responsible for ticketing and towing and saying, okay, how do we fix this problem? Our neighbor keeps parking the car after our people leave. Our tenants leave, how do we stop it? We will pay for a towing company to come and patrol the area, and we'll pay to tow the cars ourselves. We were told that's illegal, we're not allowed to do that. I said, okay, how about if we put big, those parking things, I'll put it in the cement, the cones in, while we're not there, so nobody could park there. That's illegal, we're not allowed to do that either. So I said, what do we do? They go, well, we surveil, and as we see it, we will take them up. But they also said to me, the problem that they keep getting calls on to address is about people that live in the area don't have enough parking on the street. And not even on Bedford Avenue, the streets on Clarendon and Cortellia Road. So and I'm like, well, what does that have to do with us? And somebody in an apartment building down the street, and he said, nothing. And then as I'm talking to him, I see on Bedford Avenue, right across from the shop, there's 2 abandoned cars, flat tires, that are just sitting there taking up spots that, the city doesn't necessarily always have the resources to be on top of everything every second of the day. It's just the way it is. There were things, years ago, I worked there, 30 years ago, when I was, and we used to park it on the street. So it was it became sort of common practice. But once we were told that this was no longer acceptable, because, the neighborhood's changing and things turn over and for whatever reason, it was no longer acceptable, we looked to address it. And even with Nelson and Hector, I'm sorry, his nickname is Nelson, the tire racks on the side, once he knew that he wasn't supposed to have it out there anymore, I think he was supposed to bring them in, and he did bring it in. He's complied with everything, as far as I'm concerned, that we have asked him to do. And again, everything is a process. So, you fix one thing, and then all of a sudden, somebody's complaining about another thing. But I don't know legally, without getting arrested myself, or the tenants getting arrested, how we are supposed to keep cars off the sidewalk on a Sunday or at night when our businesses are closed. If you have a solution for us, we would definitely take it and utilize it.
So most of the photographs we're looking at are not closed business days. You see the garage open and so on, so.
But how many, I just want to know with these photographs, when were these taken? How recent are they?
So we're just using Google Street View.
So when was the last time?
And we're using a commissioner site visit who was there on Thursday.
That I do understand, but I don't know that car. I would have to talk to them about that, but the Google thing could be from 2 years ago, or before we were getting the complaints in, and before we really tried to,
No,
The-
this
the
has
most-
been an issue since at least 2008, which was the last time that this board considered this application. So, and apparently the community board is very frustrated, and by the way, your own submission, so your representative submission just on the 13th shows photographs of the site, and it shows the tire racks right in front of the store. So we didn't
And this is
Google
dated.
download them or anything.
No, that I understand.
So you had just made a statement that your tenant knows that they're not supposed to keep tires, but meanwhile, it's a triple rack and they're using the sidewalk.
Well, just to address that.
Excuse me, don't have.
Sir, please
excuse
don't
me.
have a conversation.
And I respect the fact that he's not supposed to have the tire rack on there, but a comment was made previously, I'm not sure if it was, I can't pronounce names, I'm so
That's
bad
fine.
at it, I apologize.
You can just point at me.
That he's fixing tires on the street, and that I don't think is happening. Well, I'll say that, and he'll say, oh, yeah, well, he just came down, it was happening. No,
Well,
you know, that, just because the tire racks are on there, that's sort of like
No.
pass-through areas.
let's
You
just
have
skip
that
the
for-
subject of whether work is being done on the street. That's also not allowed.
But it's not,
But
okay.
the tires are not allowed to be stored on the sidewalk. The sidewalk doesn't belong to you. Right?
Just please state your name.
Howard Kazanowitz. You're absolutely correct about the tire racks. I did address it with the tenant prior. I wasn't aware that they were out there again. I do try to stop by at least twice a month. I'm going to make it my business to be there weekly from this point on, and those tire racks will not be present ever. They won't even exist any longer. I was sorry I interrupted. I was speaking with the tenant. I wasn't aware that he put them out even temporarily, and I was aware that they shouldn't be there. And I've been watching the property since my father-in-law passed away 11 years ago. And we're trying to comply, and there are some lapses there, I'm aware of it. And this tire rack I just discussed with Hector does come out occasionally, which it should not. And I can promise this hearing that it will not happen again. I will make sure that that is not on the street and does not exist.
I would
So,
also,
Yeah.
I'd also follow up on whether or not it's legal. I understand that the police officer told you that it would be illegal to tow a vehicle, to call a towing company on a vehicle that's parked on the side.
to me as well, yeah.
But I do think that if there's sufficient notice by some, a sign that says your car will be towed, but the people who know the best about that are actually the towing companies, so you might want to touch with them.
Yeah, I will, but the police, that was our first inclination, is to put up a sign, and that'll be towed at their expense. There's other things, the tire rack, you're 100% correct. You have pictures, you're not imagining them. I will enforce that, and that'll be on on my watch. I will be there minimum twice a month. I'll try to get there weekly. But that, from this point on, will not exist, those racks.
Thank you for that, and to help you,
you have to speak
at
into the
next
mic.
hearing, we need to get pictures for
Yes,
the
sir.
tire racks inside,
Yes, sir.
and we need these racks to be permanently fixed to something inside. Like, if you have, like, steel columns for them, make them permanently fixed to the floor. Like, put them on a concrete footing, put steel plate and bolt them. We need to make sure that these racks are permanently inside. There is no chance to get them out.
Understood, and in our next submission, we'll revise the proposed plans according to note that the racks must be fixed in we'll note the location and the permanent fixtures, and also Commissioner Shabeta, to your point, in our next submission, we will look into this issue with towing companies to determine if that's a feasible option. I don't know, but we will address it.
I call myself.
I know if it's on private property.
Sorry, you can't speak all at the same time, one at a time. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I called the towing.
Come to the mic.
I called the towing company myself, and they said this is against the law. They cannot do that. If it's in a car on the sidewalk, they won't pick them up. They have to be on the street.
I think that Hector means on private property in order for the towing company to be able to take that action, but we will look into the legality and address that particular question in subsequent submission.
I just want to mention something about car repair shops. I do have a car, and it's an 05 car, so it's old. I repaired it a lot. It's like common practice
To the mic.
for repair shops. First thing in the morning, when they open up, they get some cars, put them on the street parking spots. So these spots, first thing in the morning, got reserves to the mechanic. I cannot think that a car can come to the sidewalk and park on the sidewalk in front of a repair shop and it stays alive. If I do that with my car, it's gonna be evaporated in maximum 15 minutes. So we need to get this done and properly.
Understood.
The parking issue.
Okay, so the other part that's confusing for me about the submission of photographs was, it looks like there are kind of, these are new photographs. It looks like the facade of the building is in really bad shape. The signs are kind of haphazard. There's an awning that doesn't have a sign on it anymore. There's, I don't know if does Renby's Auto Rebuilding still exist?
Yes, he does.
So, and where does the auto rebuilding go on? It's engine rebuilding, right?
It's not engine, it's alternators and starters. So he just retails that to shops. So if someone would come in, buy a starter or an alternator and leave with the part, they don't do any work on the property for that. It's just selling starters and alternators. That's what he does, Rendies.
So he has stock that's in this,
Exactly,
in this
correct.
location?
Correct.
So there are 4 awnings here with 4 different
Well,
businesses
There's
listed.
3 operating. There's Bedford Tire, Bedford Diagnostic, and then there's this Rendies who does starters and alternators. So there are 3 businesses operating out of there currently.
There's something that says Bedford Fixed, next to the Bedford Tire.
That's part of Nelson's establishment. That's just part of his old tire shop.
So that goes to the whole signage analysis. We need to have a clear understanding of how many establishments are there and signage per establishment.
Yes.
And the accounting accordingly.
Yeah, we'll count accordingly and also note if any of them are awnings and not signs under zoning, but we'll address it because C1 zoning allows separately for awnings under the building code.
With very small text.
It's
So-
right up to 12-inch letters and only the name of the establishment and the phone number.
And I think there is more than that on all
Yeah.
of these awnings.
Yes. Yeah, we're going to address that.
Right, so I would say the other thing that needs to be addressed is the appearance of the building. It looks terrible. This is a residence district, even though it's hard to tell that because you have these businesses on either side, but you have to fix up the building. You can't leave it like this. So, I mean, I'm just observing, there's sort of paint that's halfway up, there's the awning that's kind of removed from the old auto repair that needs to be taken down. The rolling grills have to be fixed or replaced so that it's an acceptable looking building. And when we have businesses like this, I want to say that the variance is a privilege that you don't automatically get to enjoy. So we have denied the continuation of variances when we found that the property owners are not willing to appreciate the level of the privilege. So, okay, I think there are speakers. Oh, go ahead.
I have just a clarification. What is the business name? Rendies?
Renby, yeah.
So they don't do any repair work, they're just selling parts?
That's correct. They just sell parts, starters and alternators.
Okay, if that's the case, then in the plan, the ground floor plan shows machineries that lift vehicles up.
That's for the tires.
But then that means the tire establishment is using both of them. So,
No, that would be Bedford Diagnostics that's using the lifts on Rendy's side
I
of the
see.
building.
Okay.
So Renby doesn't, it's just that little entry area, sort of,
Correct.
it's a little vestibule almost of a business, okay.
I think
Okay.
all those things need to be clearly spelled out in the statement also, the establishment and what they do,
Yes.
and show that in the plan.
Yes.
Okay. And then, well, these are the main issues, right? And then there are issues to address that we've already discussed for the statement. Okay, I think there are some speakers on this, is that the case? Are there members of the public here to speak on this?
No, that's the Chevy Chase.
Oh, okay. All right, then.
One more thing, I'm comparing the elevations on the, and the plan drawings and looking at the photos on Google, I believe there are some discrepancy between the plans and the elevations and the photos. Just have the architect
Yes,
look at
we'll reconcile.
existing conditions and the drawings that you're submitting.
Okay, we'll reconcile all of that.
Okay. All right, so checking on the legality and how we deal with the sidewalk parking, it's really a big deal. I do want to ask, though, on one of the photographs, I'm not sure if it's on the ones that you gave us or on one of the Google imagery, it's pretty clear that there are some cars that have numbers in chalk on them or numbers in, white, what do you call it, the wax crayon. And it actually says, so it's some way of identifying the car, like it says it's number 610 or something like that. Who's putting the numbers on the cars?
Well, like I say, once again, going back to the 2460. There's some guys that, for some reason, they sell cars sometimes, and they do spray painting. And those cars, 100% is belong to them.
So you're saying the cars, I'm looking at, it's actually an image capture from June 2018 on Google, and I'm seeing two cars. One's on the sidewalk and one's on the street, and each of them has been marked with numbers on it. That would indicate that if you don't put numbers on cars when somebody comes into.
They put numbers. Let's say if they come around. Let's say the police officer come around. Sometimes they mark the car to tow it, to bring a tow truck and tow the cars. That might be the case. There's the letters on the windows. Like
Yeah,
numbers.
that's what it is. It's white numbers right on the windows, multiple digits, and then like 610. You think those are towing indications?
That's probably, yes, because they first they come, they marked it, and they allow the tow truck to pick up the cars.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? When you do your you're certified for auto inspections, right? For when we have to do inspections of our cars yearly?
No.
So
No,
your
I believe-
inspection station?
Somebody does diagnostics. What's that?
That's if you see a sign.
It's at the corner?
There's a sign that's sticking out saying,
Yeah.
that's 2460.
Oh, that's the neighbor.
That's their
So
sign.
this is the neighbor?
No, the inspection sign is for, wait, I thought our sign was up here. Here, his inspection sign from Bedford.
If you look at the
Right now,
photos,
it's that little green one
there's
there.
a big
That shows
sign
what to do.
sticking out right against the wall.
Wait, two people are talking. It doesn't work.
This one doesn't belong to you? Okay. So when you're doing the inspections, usually...
That sign is
No, no,
belong to
wait,
2460.
second. When you're doing inspections, you guys drive up to the site, right?
He doesn't do inspection.
I
You
don't do
don't do it all?
inspection. I only do the tires.
That's
Tire
your other
repair.
place.
Bedford Diagnostic does inspections, and you would have to go into the building to do inspections because you have to hook yourself up to a machine.
Right,
that
that's what
goes-
I'm saying, whether you do
Yes.
them outside or
So you
inside.
can't do inspections on the inside because you need to put them on a lift. We only have lift.
Okay,
there's
I
only
just want to
lift.
make sure, because I saw the cars parked in front of there by the inspection
saw.
thing.
Okay. Okay, so, all right, so we need more information on the legality of how we can control this parking on the sidewalk. You need to come up with a plan for how to get these cars off. I mean, all of these photographs that show cars on the street have the tire company open for business, right? So it's not happening on a Sunday, right? And if it's very obvious that it's the guys down the street who are parking in front of you, then you can go to them and say, you've got to get this stuff off. You can tell them, I'm getting tickets. I'm suffering because of your business, right?
It doesn't look like these cars are abandoned.
What?
It
Speak
it
up.
doesn't look like these cars are abandoned.
No.
And it looks like if they are, if it is the other use that's putting these cars there, it seems to be there for cycling purposes. Like it'd be a continuous thing because they don't have enough room to do the work at that time. So they'll store a car there, but that car's gonna move.
Yeah, we're going to address the issue of what controls we can. It's a matter of figuring out what our options are, considering that ultimately that is the street.
What do you mean ultimately that's the street?
There's a limit to the ability to place, right, if this were sidewalk in part of our client's lot, there are options of putting bollards and other physical controls.
So we have other businesses that actively patrol the sidewalks to get people to move the cars. And so you can't just say, not my problem, not going to deal with it, right? There has to be an active patrol. There has to be something where there are signs that say no parking on the sidewalk. Where, you know, for instance, that you call 311 every single time you see a car parked on the sidewalk and you say, I'm the business owner and I can't figure out how to get this thing off of my sidewalk.
And I think something that can be done to prevent vehicles from coming is do more urban treatments through street plantings and things like that, that also prevent vehicles from parking on the sidewalk.
Like trees.
Like trees. I can, like, exactly between the curb cuts, you put trees and that would, that A, beautifies your block, and B, it does prevent vehicles from parking.
We will explore that.
And that, I think you need to take a much more proactive role with the community board, with the elected officials and the parks to get more street plantings there. You can put easily 3 plants there. And you can just improve the conditions and maybe put some benches around it. So while people are waiting for the cars to be fixed, put the benches out there. So that will also make it onerous for someone to park the cars.
Yeah, so we will explore what we can do and to what extent any of that might require revocable consents. We'll note that in our.
I think since this is such a
don't require.
Don't require, but since this is such an issue that has risen to the community board's attention, I think you can work with them in a way that can improve this area. So that's where I'm coming.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I agree. I'm not sure what the rules are for the location of the street trees relative to the curb cut, because Department of Parks has all of these distance rules. But a bench, it doesn't require revocable consent if you go through whatever the agency is that's handling the benches, right? So, okay, please, you need to do something. We can't just have this be this never-ending complaint from the neighbors. Okay?
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
It's just maybe for the owners, a suggestion is also security cameras or something. Okay, good. All right.
You already have them? Sorry, if you speak, you have to speak into the mic. We're being recorded.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we do have Hector, at his own expense, put up a security camera system that records 24/7 on a DVR, so we can pick up footage on it. I think we're making progress slowly. I agree. It's not overnight, and your points are all valid, and I agree 1,000%. In prior meetings, there's been people from the community complaining. They're not here today, so we must be doing something a little bit better. We're certainly making some progress at this point, and I agree. We beautify that sidewalk. The neighbors are happy. We want to continue to be a service to the community. We're there almost 40 years, and we do provide a service. People do need to have their cars fixed.
Sure.
Other than spending a fortune. I'm in the car dealership business, and you can get it for half the price going to Nelson or Bedford Diagnostics. So we're serving, brick and mortar doesn't exist anymore. We're like, this is what's left of us. It's all e-commerce, so we want to continue to service the community and be part of it. My father-in-law's vision was to be there until his grandchildren would run it for them. So we're here fighting for Nelson, not for our lives, but for his family, for the tenants, the people he employs. We want to keep that in the community. It's easy to rip it down and put up a 20-story high-rise, which is what they're trying. We get offers all the time. We don't want that. We want to stay part of the community, and we will do whatever is necessary to assure the variance is approved, and we'll be in constant communication with the police, community board, anybody in the hearing here that needs to reach me. I'll leave my number direct. I will be in charge. You have my word that these complaints will be dealt with, and immediately.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much. Thank you.
Appreciate you all coming.
Yes, okay, thanks. So, probably need a couple of months to figure this out, right?
It depends on, so the timing will depend if the commission wants, if the board wants planting in place before the next hearing or as part of a condition of approval.
So the planting goes through the Department of Parks, right?
Yeah.
So you need to apply for trees, and then I don't remember what the name of the agency, which agency handles the benches as an alternative?
DOT does.
DOT handles the benches. They have a bench program.
Franchise or something, isn't it?
So that you don't need to go through revocable consent because they already have the program, right?
As well as for bicycles, they'll put that on the
Yeah, or a
sidewalk as
bike
well.
rack. Really,
Bike
any
rack.
kind of obstruction is really what you're trying to do to discourage, make it too narrow for the car to feel comfortable there, right? Okay. So I'd say that what should be done now is the improvement of the facade of the building. And we don't have pictures of the side and the rear of the building, the sides, because it's really 4 sides visible, right? But if
Well, it's a lot line building, it's a full coverage building, so.
it's a full coverage, but on one side it's a vacant lot, and on the
For-
other side, the building is set back from the street.
Yeah, I'd note that, so the one that's vacant, it's vacant for now. My understanding is that demolition plans for that structure were filed in the last couple of weeks. and-
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is you need to maintain a building, so if it hasn't been pointed, if the side of the building and the rear of the building and so on are in bad shape, the building needs to be maintained both for the future of the building, right? You can't just ignore it. And also because it's a residence district and it should look reasonably good in the neighborhood. So I would say you should get started on that work, take down the abandoned awning, paint the facade, because it looks like it's painted, so I'm not sure you can restore the brick. But anyway, paint the facade, repoint the brick, et cetera. Repair the roof, it probably needs attention, right?
Okay.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Submission date, March 18th, for a continued hearing, April 7th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming, we appreciate.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
April 7th, council?
Yes.
Thank you. Item number 8, 4297BZ, 9320 Astoria Boulevard, Queens. This application will be postponed. I don't know if we need a date.
And just an instruction to staff that a notification needs to be resent.
Yeah, a few of them have to have new notices, but I think the applicant is out of the country, so maybe like February 25th or later.
March 3rd.
March 3rd? Okay. So new notice has to go out also. Oh, come up, come up. I didn't realize you were here, I apologize.
Are you still using this, or now you have?
Sorry.
Hello.
State your name for the record.
My name is Alexia Landisman, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, just to ask for an earlier date if possible. We'd be ready. The reason we're postponing it is the notice. There was a confusion with the notice, but all the notices were sent, and we've provided proof of initial notice, and now we just need to provide the community board and all the other necessary agencies with the notice of hearing. So once we're set for the hearing, we've already had a meeting with the community board on the 8th, and we haven't.
Okay, I haven't sworn you in, so it's just you're asking for an adjournment.
okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so don't talk about what happened, just we're working on a date, right?
So, yes.
Do you want earlier than that?
Yes,
Earlier
if
than
possible.
the 3rd.
Yes.
That's okay, yeah.
The
All right.
4th or the
That's the best we
11th.
can offer.
Okay. What is it?
February.
25th.
Is it possible to do earlier than
No.
that, or no?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Oh, shoot. Okay, item number 9, 16098BZ, 5770 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island. This matter has to be postponed for lack of proper notification. It was done late, sorry.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Commissioner Sam Elmaniawi, the applicant.
Morning. This one was also postponed, right?
Yeah, I would respectfully ask for
Yeah.
the earliest date that you can give.
Say that again?
I would ask respectfully if you can give me the earliest date.
Oh. This is, what is this again? Extension of term. Yeah, you could also do February. Yeah.
February 25th.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. From June. They put this. Allowed, not allowed.
Okay, done?
Okay.
Good
Thank
enough.
you.
Okay, it's called item number 10. Ready? Item number 10, 2308BZ, 80-14 Chevy Chase Street, Queens. Please come forward. Not the neighbors, this is the appellant. The neighbors, we'll call you in a minute.
Chase, can you put those photos into the folder? Yeah. Sure. Do you know what date the one with the work on the street is?
It's your team?
The other one's though in 2019 with the little no parking sign. That's pretty good.
This gentleman too? No? Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, please sign in and proceed. I'm sorry, Richard.
Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. Good morning.
There you go.
Madam Chair, we are fully aware of the board's comments from the executive session yesterday. By way of background, the original variance in this case was granted to the Bukharian Community Center in 2008. At the time, it was a contested application. There was discussion at the community board. There was opposition. Since that time, the center has opened and has been operational for roughly the last 10 years. And so now we find ourselves in the posture where we're back at BSA. There are changes to the as-built plans and operations at the BCC, as is one may be expected as far as operations go. They are now operating for 10 years. I think there's changes to the slight changes to the nature of the program. We have the executive officer of the BCC with us today. We have the project architect. We'd like to fully discuss the board's comments. We understand that there were, and we know that there were many comments at the executive session. What I hope to get out of this is a path forward in several respects. The first thing is we note that that the board noted over $120,000 of outstanding violations at ECB. Amazingly, these have been paid. We have receipts for those which we will be submitting to the board. Of over 40 violations, I believe that there are a handful that are still pending, which are still subject to further discussion, but we do have evidence of payment of a substantial sum of money, understanding that the board needs to have this resolved prior to deciding on the application. And importantly, I know that there's been some discussion around commercial catering. And obviously, having been involved in many synagogue applications, we understand that this is a very controlled type of facility, that there cannot be a use group 9 catering facility. So the applicant here will testify in good faith that it is not a use group 9 catering facility. I know that there's certain advertising.
Good faith under oath.
Under oath, yeah, I mean, obviously, and without any artifice, I've told him that he is under oath and that this will be a full conversation, and that we don't want to get into a back and forth about what happened, et cetera. What we want is a path forward to making sure that the board is satisfied that the applicant will be operating in good faith going forward. We understand that there was an advertisement that was placed in a local Bukharian newspaper that advertised catering at the site. That is, as a factual matter, is presented to us at the community board. I've discussed that with the executive officer. He said that this was not an authorized publication of the synagogue, that this was done by an on-site manager who did not have authority to do so. So he understands that puts a bad light on the synagogue. I also understand that the chair and commissioners have seen Vad Habonim, which is a local Queens rabbinic site which certifies certain facilities as being kosher. I would say the first is that this is a third-party site. It is not something where the applicant submits an application to be placed on this site. And what this site does is it merely identifies if you are an Orthodox Jewish person and want to have an event in a facility, whether or not that facility is kosher. So individuals who belong to the BCC and want to make sure that their brit milah, their bar mitzvah, etc. And when I say bar mitzvah, not in the typical sense of hundreds and hundreds of people, but a small Thursday morning gathering where the Torah is read and there's a religious service and maybe coffee and cake, et cetera, that is an OU kosher certified facility. What I'd like to say is that
Coffee and cake with griddles and 3 ovens.
which
and
exactly is
4
what I
open
intend to,
burners.
which is what I intend to,
Yeah.
which is what I intend to address right now. I think that is, so the original variance was for FAR and parking. And I've told the applicant that the board is justified and should expect an operational parking study, a reaffirmation of what the program needs are that basically has resulted in the building that the board sees before it. We've discussed the nature of the kitchen that's there, that you know, the nature of the burners, et cetera, and what was installed. And the applicant has made certain affirmations to me as far as what actually takes place there, that it is not a commercial catering establishment, and that they're happy to discuss this with the board. I think my only goal, other than now being able to answer questions and to have the applicant actually talk, is to say that we want to move forward with the board in a manner which gives the board comfort regarding how this facility is going to be operated. I've been to too many hearings and listened to too many synagogues, yeshivot, et cetera, discuss how they can fit their, try to work in a commercial catering facility, that I don't want to be part of one of those, and neither does the applicant here. They'd like to move forward and to operate their synagogue, which at its core was created, designed, and operates as a home for Bukharian Jews who seek to have their worship service here and do. So that's just, again, by way of the background of the application. And without belaboring it, and I know that there's many people in opposition, or there's neighbors in opposition who will speak, we do want to say that we have thoroughly considered the board comments, and we're happy to discuss those, but for purposes of moving the hearing along, we do know everything you've said, and we will be addressing this in the upcoming submission. So thank you for that. I think, Chair, I don't know whether or not it would be most helpful to have the officer from the synagogue approach.
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Yasha Yushuvayev.
Please speak to the mic.
Can you spell, it's hard to hear you, say that again?
My name is Yasha Yushuvayev.
Okay.
I'm one of the founder of the synagogue. I know the situation. We really want to make it right. We want to work with the community board. We do anything in our power to make it right. Illegal, we know we did something, it's not kosher. We had an attorney who was dealing with us before we did. He passed away, Mike McManaman, 2.5 years ago, where we tried to test, but he died, and all this paperwork, everything was with him and everything. And
So you're blaming all of your
I'm not
illegal
blaming-
activity on your dead attorney?
It was a shock. He was doing this with us for 15 years, and they all of a sudden just gone within a month. And we back off with everything. That's why we have all this violation, everything. We didn't know where to go until we hired the right person, And we understand we did something not right. We want to fix it, and we'll do anything in our power to fix it. That's why I'm here.
Such as take out the commercial kitchen?
It's not, I don't know if it's called commercial kitchen. We're not doing catering outside the synagogue. We're not doing this at all.
How are you going to prove that to us?
I live across the street from the synagogue.
Okay.
And I know what's going on there. I have 24 hours cameras. I have everything in me. I check everything.
How are you going to prove to us, who
What kind
now
of
are
proof?
very skeptical of that statement, that this kitchen is not being used for both outside catering and inside catering? That's
We do inside catering. We do inside catering only. We don't do outside. There's no way, if you know the Bukharian community, they're not doing catering. No Bukharian catering do food here and gonna move it out there. Everybody have their own hall. Everybody, it's like, tribe, Samarkand, Tashkent, everybody doing in their own places, We don't do it all. You can see there's no trucks coming out from a facility with food going away. I can prove you that. There's no truck or van coming food from us going outside. We don't do that. First of all, because we have the VHQ, the Jewish kashrut. They don't let us to move food around. We don't even have the keys for the refrigerator. The rabbis of the VHQ have open the refrigerator, whatever.
So according to that, no one caters kosher events?
We don't do it outside, period. You can get my words. I'm under oath here. I know exactly what's going on.
Well, the facts are speaking differently than your oath, I'm sorry to
They
report.
can
so-
prove it that we bring food outside?
No, we see advertising, we
It was
see
a mistake, the
events,
guy-
we see Instagram photos
There is
of
events inside the synagogue, ma'am. There's nothing outside. We don't take food outside the synagogue, period. I guarantee you that.
And
So
when you,
it's being
and
used as a catering hall then, they're not shipping the food out?
We're not.
I hear the
Yeah.
statement, then I see the difference. I see an extremely busy kitchen.
And by the way, the events that's going on, it's all strictly members of the synagogue.
So how often do you have events?
Sometimes it's once a week, sometimes once a month, listen, we
So
have a bar
that
mitzvah.
incredibly busy kitchen, which I look at and I say, that looks like a kitchen that's used
Every
constantly.
Shabbat we have a kiddush. Every
Okay.
Shabbat after the prayer.
What do
we
you
have-
have when you have a kiddush?
Well, we have the regular, we have a challah, we have drinks, we have eggs, we have a chulent, you know?
Right, so
The
all
regular
of that.
stuff, we're not doing anything ordinary, you know?
So what you just described is something that could easily be handled by bringing it in with a warming kitchen. And what I see in the photographs of that kitchen is not.
You're right, and I said, we did a mistake here. We did e-kitchen legal, I agree with you. I'm here to fix it.
And
I'm
how
not
you
questioning what
propose to
you're
do
saying, you're
that?
100% right, but you said that we're taking food outside the synagogue, we do catering for outside, but we don't do that.
Okay,
Period.
let's just, putting aside the outside catering for a minute. I'm
Okay.
concerned about the inside catering. I'm concerned about people who are coming in who are unrelated to the synagogue, for whom you're holding lots and lots of events.
It's not
And-
lots of events, I don't know how many events you have, Power, I can show you the events, the calendar.
Well, you just said that you have an occasional, once a week, an event where you get a little challah and a little something, and it's obviously not a lot of food because it's not dinner, right? And so you don't need a kitchen with 3 griddles and 4 burners and 4 ovens and all of that stuff that I'm seeing on the counter. These are photographs that were provided by you. That's not the kind of thing that you need. It's an active, busy kitchen, a
Chair.
meat slicer.
I think
Sorry.
that one of the recommendations that was made at the executive session, which we would seek to provide, was that one thing that they do have is a schedule of upcoming events, so that to the extent that we can, more outside of of this forum, to provide a reasonable schedule demonstrating to the board, so there's no ambiguity, what, the event that's intended, how many people would be at the event, and typically, and would be at this event, and the type of foods that are prepared, so that understanding, again, what the chair's asking for, we can show exactly, how robust or not robust that food prep is, and we can figure it out.
Right.
So we're happy to do that, give that to the board, along with a study, a parking study, to demonstrate how many people would be expected to come to that, so we can kind of like fix the numbers and figure it out.
Right. But so know this, when I look at this kitchen is as large as a kitchen in any restaurant, and that you could prepare every imaginable type of food in this restaurant. There's a walk-in refrigerator. You don't need that for a little challah on a Friday night. So the point is, if your events are that, there is no reason for this kitchen, and the kitchen needs to be returned to what was approved prior, which was a warming kitchen. We have a synagogue coming up in a few more cases after this one, has a warming kitchen. They're satisfied with it. Their synagogue is the same size as yours. There's no reason for what I'm seeing here. And I have to say that we have seen, as Mr. Lobel mentioned, this board has seen so many cases where synagogues and yeshivas sort of cheat their way into a commercial catering establishment, and I'm sorry to use the words, but get up there and perjure themselves and say, no, we don't do anything. We promise it's only for the kids.
I'm telling you, whatever you say we're doing, I'm not saying we're not doing, but we're doing for the community only, for the members of our community, period.
Okay, so,
We're not doing.
Yeah.
There's I can understand why you wouldn't want to discuss the history of this case. If I was in your position, I wouldn't want to discuss the history of this case and how certain statements that were made were proven later not to be true. before you should testify to things that you're testifying to, there's uncontroverted evidence that that's not true. There's advertisements showing very different statements than the ones you're saying. And I'm certain by looking out in the crowd that there's going to be several people coming up and saying certain things, saying something completely opposite to what you're saying. Actions have consequences. I don't see a situation where I'm going to be convinced by this history that a commercial, what appears to me to be a commercial kitchen I'm going to be comfortable with that remaining. It's such a large hurdle.
We understand. I think that, and again, everyone's going to get up, we're here for our hearing. We're going to present the documentation with regards to what events are taking place at the site. And to the extent that things are modified, that's fine. But why don't, I just wanted the opportunity to, and again, there was a discussion at the board, again, at the executive session about how do you ensure enforcement? And the truth is, although the synagogue is not in favor of that, the truth would be that we want to show that we can, as someone mentioned at the executive session, establish a good track record, come back to the board. If you have us back in a short amount of time to demonstrate that we're not that we're capable of operating in accordance with the board's grant, whatever the case, we would do that. But again, I get it. Like, we need to demonstrate what's going on at the site. We can't use it as a use group 9 catering facility. We understand that. But I just want there to be some kind of to be able to go on facts about what the actuality is, rather than just look at the ads and say well, obviously they've been having the events. We can document this. That's all.
Okay. Any other comments?
Not at this time.
Is the architect here by any chance?
Hi, my name is Eduardo Escobar.
Okay. Hi, have you been the architect of record all along on this project?
No, I represent the architect record, Philip Toscano.
Okay, so you represent him. Do you work in his office?
Yes.
Yes. So, and has Mr. Toscano been the architect of record throughout this project?
Right.
Okay. Were you hired to do construction observation for this project when it was under construction?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Were you hired and engaged to do construction observation while the building was being constructed?
Just not to interrupt, Richard Lobel, there was a prior architect who was responsible for the 2008 granted BSA, and then Philip Toscano Architects subsequently assumed the role of project architect.
When did they assume the role?
Only for purposes of this BSA
Sorry,
application.
just state your name, sir.
Sorry, my name is Frank Noriega, Shelton Nobel. They have taken over since the building has been built, and they're here to do the proposed drawings for the BSA application.
That's convenient. Okay, I don't really have any questions.
Okay, to the public? Madam Chair, would you like to hear from the public? Or is Mr.
Yeah, I would. I don't have any questions for the architect. This is one of those things where, again, you have and this is just a general public statement. Architects are responsible for the projects and how they're constructed. And if they're hired for construction observation, then when work is being done that's not compliance with the approved drawings, it's the architect's responsibility to stop the job and say to the client, we're not doing this thing. And it's very convenient that there's no longer that original architect to appear before us, because that means the property owner is sort of denying responsibility for having built the building not in compliance with the approved plans. And I am not sympathetic to projects built not in compliance with the approved drawings.
I do have questions for the architect currently on record. How did you arrive at the floor area being less than what was approved at? Because the floor plate definitely has increased from what was approved at.
They increase the floor area?
Yes. The as-built condition,
Right.
floor area, is much
It's a little more because we increase usually the hallway and the entrance.
The floor area went down compared to the approved drawings.
Right.
And we're confused by that because there were additions made to the approved building, so naturally, the floor area would go up. How did the floor area go down?
And maybe I can chime in. Sorry, in addition to the previously approved BSA plans, the proposed BSA approved plans, we also submitted the DOB approved plans, which does have how the floor area was calculated on the Z001 is the sheet. And I think as the chair noted, there really isn't much difference other than everything's been squared off, so it looks larger. The envelope did get bigger, but the opening wasn't accounted for in the BSA plans. So that deduction was taken when it was filed the DOB, so that was where the difference is. So overall, the building got about 500 square feet, zoning floor area smaller, and that's why the FAR is slightly lower. And we can make sure that these calculations are demonstrated on the plans, at least the BSA, the recently submitted BSA plans.
So I think you need to demonstrate what was approved in terms of floor area and show calculations. So I don't know if this is something you're familiar with, zoning calculation, floor area calculation diagrams, both for what was approved and what you're proposed, or what was built illegally.
In the approved plan for, is that October 23rd, you have a zoning calculation and
No.
like a breakdown.
Zoning diagrams.
That's-
You have zoning diagrams?
Yes, it's and you see in the first page, in C001, you see the diagram?
When was this submitted?
This was submitted in connection with the notice of response. This is the DOB approved plans. We can make sure that these same zoning diagrams show up in the BSA proposed
This
plans
is in
as well.
response to the notice of comments,
Correct.
right? Yeah, so that's a submission that he made, that was like October, I think?
Correct.
October.
And it's a separate set of plans with the DOB
Yeah,
stamp
it's,
approval. And the floor area, there is a floor area
12
diagram.
no, December
I'm
25th.
sorry,
December 25th.
Sorry, Frank.
No worries. There is a floor area diagram in there, and the total numbers, both overall for the building and per floor, match up identically to what's being proposed and what's on the BSA zoning analysis. But as far as how it was calculated, the DOB plans do show that, and we can certainly make sure that that is reflected in the BSA plans as well.
Oh, so on, okay. Right, so we need to see, because I don't know what the size of the opening is on the DOB, on our previous BSA drawings, and whether or not that was accepted from floor area. So that we need the same kind of diagrams for the approved set, okay? Approved BSA set.
Yes.
Okay. So the drawings out are these DOB-approved plans. This is already the building modified, even though it doesn't comply with the BSA grant, correct?
So yes, more of the partition, basically everything on the first and second floor was approved by DOB, and that's what's being shown here in the BSA application. So yes, that are slightly different. I know there was comments about occupant loads. The occupant load on the first floor got a little lower, got a little higher on the second floor. Overall, it changed by about 4 occupants as far as the synagogue portion. But that was all approved at DOB. I can't speak to them whether or not they reviewed this as being substantially compliant, but that was how it was approved after the BSA grant. But the big difference is the cellar. The cellar does not show the kitchen. That's what we're here for, and it also shows a stage where there isn't one anymore. Those are the big changes of the plans.
I did a very quick back of the envelope calculation of the opening from the previous approved plan, which is 28 foot by 7 inches by 24 foot by 4 inches, to the DOB approved. The difference is very little. So
The size of the opening
The size
you're
of the
talking about? Yeah.
opening, yes, there has been a reduction in the size of the opening on the second floor, but not significant enough to have allowed for the extension on the first and the second floor, and also the curved extension on the first floor. So you really need to kind of go through this in detail. And like I said, it's back of the envelope, very quick thing, so I may have missed something, so you really need to kind of go through this very detailed and show how the floor area at the end of the day is the same as what was approved. I don't see that yet.
We can certainly amend and add zoning floor area calculations and show how they differ from what was previously granted.
Okay, sure. Okay. If we were only here about the kitchen, we could finish this in a minute, because the instruction will be, take it out. Okay?
Just make it a warming kitchen.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'd like to hear from the members of the public, or the fire department first. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
And as was pointed out yesterday, the public assembly, there was no public assembly permit pulled on this job, right? And so as far as I'm concerned, the whole building's been illegally occupied for 10 years. So, okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair. John Daly, Fire Department. The Fire Department does also want to bring to your attention, of course, what you just mentioned, that the certificate of operation for the public assembly has never been obtained. Our LPPA unit, the Licensed Public Place of Assembly unit, has issued a violation. But more critical is that the fire suppression system for the kitchen equipment has not been tested to the satisfaction of the fire department. And the fire department wishes that the use be discontinued till the equipment has been tested to the satisfaction of the fire department, and that they obtain a certificate of operation from the Department of Building to operate function on the site.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Chief Daly. So you're recommending that they obtain a PA permit, but the fact is they're holding events, and according to the C of O, the events are limited to 74 people until there's a PA permit. So is it correct that if they're holding an event with 250 people, that's not safe?
Non-compliance.
Non-compliance.
Yes.
So what would happen if they held an event not in compliance right now?
Criminal summons will be issued, failure to comply with the approved plans, failure to obtain a certificate of operation, failure to provide fire guards. I don't remember what the site conditions are. I mean, inspectors can go around and if they find an exit door blocked or is an illegal lock on the door, that's a criminal summons right there. Mm-hmm. And we could request a vacate from battalion chief in that administrative area to people vacate the premises.
Okay. So has the fire department inspected though, actually?
We did, at the request of your compliance officer, Mr. Rickett, we had conducted an inspection, issued violation order, but I believe that was late last year, early last year, but we have not been back there since. We don't know when events are held.
Right. Okay, so I'd like to schedule another inspection, and we're going to get a list of events so that the inspection will occur
Yes,
on an
ma'am.
event
I
day.
can arrange to have our inspectors visit a site during an actual event and to conduct an inspection.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
After. We're going to listen to
The chair will recognize you
the-
after the public.
Yeah, okay. We're going to listen to the public now speak. Members of the public would like to speak?
Sure. Please state your name for the record. And you can come up to sign, I'm sorry. And then you could,
Yeah, she'll line up.
no, you can line up over there, or some people, it's hard for you to stand if you want to sit. You can line up, and as you come along, you can, okay. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Helene Pongalos. I live across the street. I first appeared here over 11 years ago, as the community understood then that a house of worship of this magnitude...
Excuse me. Thank you. Please proceed.
We start again?
Yes, ma'am. I haven't turned the clock on. Go ahead.
Thank you. Would overrun the neighborhood. I now know that my worst fears were realized. At that time, I wrote to Amanda Burden, Mayor Bloomberg, and others before appearing before the BSA. Community Board 8 voted this down 23-14. Jamaica Estates Association, New York State Senator Frank Padovan, Queensborough President Helen Marshall, and the neighbors. However, BSA approved the place of worship with restrictions that were written into the deed and carried over to the CO for the building. And as I heard earlier said, having a variance is a privilege, it is not a right. Those restrictions have been summarily violated by the actions of the BCC. And we find ourselves here as it doesn't matter what has been said in the past. They build first, seek permission later. How does the saying go? Better to ask for permission and not for, better to ask for forgiveness and not for permission. Instead of a warming kitchen, they went ahead and built a commercial grade kitchen. We evidenced it because I live across the street. The placard on that thing that said commercial kitchen hood was all over that little car that was going in creating that.
Sorry, say that part again.
There was a placard on the car that put in the commercial hoods for the kitchen. Classic kitchens. My mother lives across the street, as do I. Okay. We've been told that they have Shabbat to go. They have the best chef in town, which I have been told repeatedly.
Who's told you that?
Do you really want to know?
Yes.
This gentleman, who's my neighbor, who I like very much, who I speak to all the time.
He says Shabbat to go?
Shabbat to go is something that they have ready there. Maybe it's not there in the last 3 months. I don't know. And as recently as this morning, as my mother was coming here, someone asked to have, she was just told that a neighbor, I don't know if he's a member or a congregant, maybe not, was asked to have a bar mitzvah there, but was told they could not use an outside caterer. They had to use the inside caterer. I understand that's to keep the various kitchens kosher. But there shouldn't be a kitchen there. There were 2 issues back in 2008, before you guys approved this. We were adamant about a school and the buses, and we were adamant about a kitchen. Those were the only 2 topics that we got put into the C of O. Most recently, as recent as September of this past year, 50th year of service of the community, September 17, 2019, in honor of Claire Schulman. She was in that basement. I can't believe it. She was in that basement. The BCC has flagrantly disregarded the BSA's restriction. Garbage and litter abounds. My mother already has a violation. It's in the record. I'm sure you've read about it. It happened when my dad was sick. She couldn't pick up the garbage on a daily basis because we're a residential community. This is over 200 people that are there now. My mother is routinely blocked in her driveway. There's parking issues galore from way back when. The $25,000 violations, $200,000 worth of violations have now been reduced to $20,000. And give or take, that's what I saw on the DOB records and the ECB records last night. Next door houses a daycare center. What happens? There was a fire on Union Turnpike just Friday night of a small little restaurant that just went over. And now I found out the BCC actually did respond to the comments, which I didn't know about. I did see that letter from April of 2019. And I could go into, they were turned down by the community board 44-1, just most recently. And they have more people. If you grant this, why have amendments? Why have inspectors come in? Why have rules? It's just not fair to the community. They were entitled. We love the kids, we love the neighborhood, we love the growth of the neighborhood, it's all great. But a kitchen, commercially and otherwise, is not fair. The next thing will be a school, guaranteed. That, and we'll have the buses there, because when this was built in 2008, that was no. And Josh worked with us to make sure that the brick was the right color and matched the neighborhood. He really tried, and I know he tried. And we like, I mean, he's our neighbor. He came over when my dad died. I mean, we're all neighbors. But this is too much. We're inundated. The traffic study way back in 2008 was wrong. It was done on the wrong side of Union Turnpike. I tried to bring it up to BSA at that time, and I was told it was too late. Somebody else will bring that up. If you see now the amount, I hear there's curb cuts and extensions requested. I have no idea what they're looking to do now. I can't believe that they're looking to legalize it and expand what they had done before. I'm shocked, to tell you the truth, that this is going on.
So that you don't, because I'm not aware of any curb cuts as an issue. So the board office or your community board office has a copy of the proposal. If you haven't seen it, you should either, if your community board is closer to you, then do that. Otherwise, our office is a block away from here. And so you could go and
I can
see
get a
the
photocopy of the
drawings,
proposal?
Or we could ask Mr. Lobel to give you a copy of the drawings, so you can actually see what the proposal is. The proposal is to legalize what you see, right? And because the building was built not in compliance with our drawings.
No, that's
So-
not true. It was built in compliance with your drawings initially. This happened, they had they had a TCO for a few years, and I think they complied because they kept getting it extended. At some point, about 2014, 15, 16, around then, is when they put in the kitchen because they realized that their community was double, triple, quadruple the size, let alone the fact that there is no parking. They're really big. They have a lot of people, congregants and members and otherwise. So at some point, they decided the warming kitchen wasn't working anymore and that they needed the commercial kitchen, and they built it. It happened not when they initially built. They did follow the rules, I think, when they initially built. It happened some later point, and it has gone way downhill since then. 200,000 was just reduced because the community board said, how can you even come to us at this point when you've got all these violations outstanding? They didn't clear the issue, they just paid the fines. Everybody, there's money to be found and to be allocated. So I know they tried initially, we had a whole thing with greenery and to make sure that there was enough runoff because we can't get added sewers, we can't get added garbage cans. It's a residential neighborhood. We can't get added parking, despite the fact that we're 1 block away from a really busy street. This should have been built there, not where we are. It is a real burden to the neighborhood and the blocks. My mother was told by one woman most recently, I'll only be an hour. What? So she blocked her driveway. I'll only be an hour. I couldn't believe it. And we have called the police to come and move the cars. There are no standing zones. They're routinely blocked. I've sent pictures. I'm the person that sent in the pictures of the balloons that were stuck. My mother paid the contractor from across the street to come around and take the balloons down because they were blocking the trees, the tree lines. It just doesn't end. If it's not one thing, it's another.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Judy Greenstein. I've been living in Jamaica Estates for close to 50 years. I was at some of the meetings when this was approved years ago, and it was approved, as I totally recall, without a kitchen. No parties, no kitchen. That hasn't changed. So I can't understand why it shouldn't be that way now. No parties, no kitchen, nothing has changed. It wouldn't have been built then. It wouldn't have been approved then if they said they were putting a kitchen in. So the kitchen goes in, it's illegal, and now they want to legalize what's illegal rather than taking it out. It's like shooting someone and then saying, okay, let's make murder legal after the fact. It's wrong and it shouldn't be approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please sign.
I'm Marco Bagdalos, the mother. Okay, I live directly across the street from the synagogue. I moved into the neighborhood over 55 years ago. I have seen many changes in the neighborhood over the years, but the synagogue's effects have been very difficult to live with. The synagogue has grown and grown in size. I saw the truck with the words, commercial, classic kitchens, hood. Huge, huge delivery truck that brought all of these things in. I have witnessed the synagogue bring in food and host events, even though they're not allowed. I also witnessed a lot of smoke in the back. Unfortunately, the fire agent here, I don't know if he was in the trucks that came to put the smoke away. We cannot have commercial kitchen in the residential neighborhood. It's too dangerous to the families. There's even a daycare center right next door to them. 12 children every day, back and forth. However, a synagogue as a place of worship is more than welcome. And I love seeing the children playing outside. They have a beautiful patio. It brings life to the neighborhood. But it has become a real business with a kitchen and a chef that is used for parties, galas and bar mitzvahs, and that's not right. That should only be allowed in a commercial area such as Union Turnpike. They can rent the place, they can have their events, no problem. And they can keep their religion. It's wonderful. The number of people that already attend the synagogue is huge. The increase has sized from 200 to over 300 people, but Believe me, there are 500 coming. Would be a disaster as parking is already a nightmare so that I could park, my driveway is only blocked. No one obeys no parking signs. When I stopped one lady, or she just said, and my daughter blocking my driveway, she says, I'm only gonna be there an hour. I said, how do you know I'm not gonna come out of my house? So she left the car, and you know what she said? I said, I'm gonna call the police. You know, she says, go for it. Okay, that was finished. She goes into the temple, and I waited there, and she came after an hour and a half out. No police, nothing. There are times when I have had to call a taxi. I go to my church. If I don't have the car, if I don't have the driveway, I have all the receipts of the taxi that I call every Sunday to go to my church. I have called the police many times. Also, I'm always picking up garbage that is not mine. I already received a ticket for garbage in front of my house that was not mine, but I had to pay $300. She tried to fight it, but no, violation. It happened when my husband was very sick. So I was there, she said it. I also paid to have balloons taken out the other day. A year and a half, balloons, happy. They were inflated up in the trees. And little by little, they're deflected. And it became a mess. It was unbelievable in the neighborhood. I have a corner house. Napkins, paper cups, they leave them on my bushes. I also pay to have balloons taken off. I have always loved I love the neighborhood. My children were raised there. PS 178, both of my kids. St. John's Law School. My son is in Microsoft in Arizona. They both graduated from local schools. I want a clean and peaceful neighborhood, and the kitchen has to be removed because they can have their coffee, they can have their desserts, whatever they can do, but not one neighbor. I was walking to Cunningham Park. Two neighbors were chit-chatting. So she says, one neighbor to the other neighbor, she says, did you go and pick up your food? She says, no, I'm going now. And she looked at me, she says, you know, we have the best food in the neighborhood. It was a Friday. They were picking up food. Now, Josh does not know this. So you know what? I beg you, on behalf of the goodness of the neighborhood, not to have the kitchen. They can pray. I love that. That's beautiful because I belong to the Greek Orthodox Church. We have a lot of issues, but nothing like this ever. So we obey the rules. So please, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker, please.
I'm Dr. Laura Schwartzberg. For 47 years, I've lived on the corner across from the BCC. Now I have their cell phone antennas directed at my bedroom windows. During the original request, the BCC misled the BSA with their traffic studies. They counted parking spaces in the wrong neighborhood, spots on the inaccessible side of the Union Turnpike barrier, and counted spots by linear footage without accounting for driveways. Their traffic studies are very suspect. In violation of the BSA's attempt to lessen drainage issues, they paved their perimeter. That paved area encourages outdoor events, but is not large enough to contain them. Early on weekend mornings, people loudly gather in the streets, they bang drums, block traffic, and unattended children run across the street. And after one such event, a BCC member's unlicensed child ran a car onto my property, smashing through my fence and trees, through my back neighbor's property, and stopped inches from a toddler's little toy car in the yard where the toddler had just gotten out of. During Purim, I was drawn to a commotion in the common intersection because of another loud commotion of people. The pedestrians flood the streets. They gridlock cars, and there was a traffic accident. There have been 14 accidents in the last 33 months in our shared intersection, and this I found out from one of the community board members when we were talking with Helene and Josh and him outside after a community board meeting. And during one of these community board meetings, the members got up and they admitted that they want to expand the catering to put food out into other areas, and not only that, that they've already begun catering. And on the garbage that they drop on my lawn, I have this business card, and it tells you right there in the pictures, I think I submitted it, I'm holding on to it, that it's advertising. cook catering facility for birthday parties, weddings, bar mitzvahs, and all occasions. With current membership, you're talking about an occasion for more days than there are in a year. And this is not a religious request. They want to
Sorry,
engage
when
in
did you find that card?
This was before it was in March.
March of last year? Of 2019?
2019.
Okay.
Okay, March 2019. This is not a religious request. They want to engage in a secular business. And there is no miscommunication a liaison can rectify. They must remove the kitchen. The kitchen and the occupancy restrictions go to the very core of BSA's attempt to responsibly mitigate the center's negative impact on the homeowners. The BCC is dismissive of its neighbors, of their community board, of the BSC, and if you reward them for violating these rulings and granting these variances after the fact, the rulings here are going to be meaningless. And we have 3 religious institutions on the block, plus this neighborhood is replete with institutions, and they don't have more than a warming kitchen. But if you do this, they'll all have them. They'll all have full kitchens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Please sign.
Sign up there. Sign in on the, she has a pen there.
Hi. Hi, Board.
Hi.
Thanks for being here.
State your name,
and
please.
doing your job. Great. My name is Leo Lee. I live across the synagogue. I have extra photos of it. I don't know if you need them. There's a picture of the daycare center.
So the daycare center is unrelated to the synagogue, right?
Okay, so just the law of numbers, large numbers.
Thank you.
They're photographed last night. I know you've been using Google Maps, but I have that as the photo.
We're on one corner, Leo is next to us.
Pass this down to him.
Oh,
He's got it. He's got money.
So, yeah, there are 27 homes on my block. So 27 homes, I calculated 2 cars per home minimum. So that's 54 cars. And then you go down on 80th Road, which is on the other block between Chevy Chase and 188. There's another 25 homes. So I say that's another 50 cars. I say residential, there's over 100 cars. Granted, we all have driveways, and some you can park more than 1 or 2 cars. But I believe the variance they want to increase from 225 people to 300 people really makes no sense in terms of, they don't all walk there. There's no 150 homes around our neighborhood. It's just, okay, one big thing, which I never complained about, and I'm fortunate enough not to, but my car's been hit and run twice on 80th Road over the last 20 years. So I have insurance claims. I don't need to raise an oath and anything of that sort. I don't know. I might have filed a police report. But who do I go to about those $1,000 deductibles that we all responsible for? It's the law of large numbers. Granted, they're neat people, they're self-sufficient, but there's 5 to 10% of the people, of the population, that litter constantly. And I wind up picking up all the time. I don't get a parking ticket. I mean, the garbage sanitation ticket, because I pick up every day. So we have the commercial traffic from Union Turnpike, and you have all the retail stores. Okay, and then we have the express buses, where it used to be a 2-fare zone. But so people park their car and take the express buses. And then we have the business, and now we have a well-kept synagogue, but the law of numbers doesn't make sense to me, where you have an extra 300 people coming into the facilities. All right, whether they cook or don't cook, and it's a fire hazard. I've been in the neighborhood for 20 years. I lived there for 20 years. There's been 2 fires in that block, in that area on Union Turnpike. Just one this Friday night at the Union Turnpike Cafe, which is like a block and a half away, and then used to be a bagel place on Chevy Chase that went into fire. So that's twice in that neighborhood. And you see pictures of the daycare center right next to us, and it's more than 12 kids. They drop off because they park in front of my house to drop off the kids. And I try to be as civil as humanly possible. I have my own kids, I need to back out myself, but they do block it off. But there's no validation, but I can give you my so-called word. So overall, the law of numbers doesn't make sense to me, to having all these people around. This is Chevy Chase and 80th Road. It's not Union Turnpike. It's still a residential street, in my opinion. All right, thanks very much.
Thank you very much for coming. Any other speakers on this? Okay. Mr. LaBelle? Another question that I had before was about the telecommunications equipment. So you're going to respond to that?
Yeah, we can respond.
Okay.
Yes, there was a job filed, signed off, and there is a certificate of completion for those telecommunications. It was not done by our architect, it was done by somebody else, but I can certainly submit this as a formal submission.
Are there drawings?
There are no drawings included with that. Again, we can, if
So you need the
necessary.
drawings.
There is a certificate of completion, and they also mention a TPPN that this is not required to comply with
Need
zoning.
the drawings need.
Well, then we could certainly ask for
Okay.
the drawings.
Okay, get the drawings, okay. Okay. All right, anything you want to add?
No, I mean, we've heard the opposition, we've been discussing this for, as was stated, over 10 years. I mean, I think I think that some of the discussion that was had today is useful. I mean, I think that there's some things which you can ascribe to this block, which is a block where I believe many people park for the express bus, and so that there's some activity generated by that. And so what I'd like to do is to differentiate on non-event days what actually takes place on this block that is not a part of the synagogue's operations and activities, and what takes place that is a part. And I believe that submitting details with regards to the operations at the site and the events that take place there and how many people come in and all this are going to be part and parcel of what we resubmit to the board. To the extent that we were involved in the initial grant and are now involved in the new consideration by the board, I'm going to have very serious discussions with the synagogue with regards to what a commercial catering facility is and what is not permitted at the site in that regard. I do not, I'm hearing things today on the record that I did not know. So I'd like to have conversations with the board and the executive officers to see, what actually takes place at the site. And so, so I think that things will become clearer at the next hearing after submissions. But again, to the extent that we understand the board's resolutions and that you cannot have use group 9 catering at the site, and that is an absolute. And so
I don't want this to go on and on and on with you trying to prove to us that they should have that kitchen.
No, I understand.
The board was very clear 10 years ago. No cooking on site, warming on site. The representative for the synagogue explained that occasionally, on Fridays, they have wine and a little challah. That doesn't sound like 3 huge griddles and 4 ovens, right? That is a functioning commercial level kitchen. That's what the photographs show, right? There is no reason for that to be in this little synagogue. If it were some gigantic synagogue, maybe that would be different, but we don't even see that often. We don't even see commercial kitchens that are legitimately related to a school. In schools, they do warming in the schools. They're serving 2, even 3 meals a day to hundreds of kids,
Joe,
right?
we've had this I've had this conversation with the executive officers of the shul, and they understand that.
Okay.
So
So the simplest solution is, we're taking this out, right? Simple. Replace all that nice stainless steel stuff with a warming kitchen, some microwaves like that. You're good. You're done. Toasters, like whatever you use to warm things. Then we're done with this, right? Then the fire department doesn't have to come down and say you don't have the right ANSEL system, and then we can move on with getting a PA permit, because at the moment it's illegally occupied for more than 74 people, right? And, as I think one of the neighbors said, this kind of mea culpa after the fact of being culpable, doesn't sit well at all with me. I don't think it sits well with the other commissioners, not sure. And so the other question that I have, because there were so many complaints about trash that's strewn all over the neighborhood, is it related to this use? What's the solution for it? Why in the world is there trash? If there's a trash room in the cellar and so on, I don't understand why there's trash, right?
Yeah, you know, I
So
heard the
please don't
testimony.
reach- Please
pull
don't,
out.
please, okay, so please, so that's an
we'll-
issue,
understood,
right? But the
understood.
neighbors are thinking it's from this use, and maybe it's because of what happens when the trash gets put out at the end of an event. And so if we eliminate a lot of production of food and waste, you won't have as much for things for rodents to get into,
Correct.
et cetera, et cetera.
I think looking at this, the facility and the block on event days and non-event days will demonstrate, where's the trash from? And I mean, we're able to address this through observation and facts.
I heard the testimony of the public. I think that, and it was very even. They acknowledge that there are other uses on the block that are responsible for some things, but I do believe, I found it very credible, their statement that this particular use is creating certain havoc upon this community. I think it's better suited that you spend your time addressing the issues rather than trying to say it's not coming from us.
Well, I'm just looking for a baseline for the record as far as, again, modifications will be made to this building. I just don't want, I want to find out. I want to figure it out.
Okay, that's fine, okay. So, but you know what the problems are, and one solution that is what you're gonna do. So I think that the synagogue shouldn't
I
be.
believe it's a part of the solution. I believe step zero in this case is kitchen out. If it's step zero, this should be very clear. And then the parking issues, the other issues should be looked at and solutions should be presented if you want to move this case forward.
I would also just, since we are all on record and based on what fire department said, and since you do not have a PA permit, I think it will be well advised that whatever other programs that are happening going forward until any resolution is met, it adheres to whatever the capacity limit is. You really don't want to incur any additional violations for exceeding that.
We understand.
Especially during the pendency of this application. I note that, as was mentioned by one of the neighbors, all but $20,000 of the ECB violations seem to have been paid off.
Correct.
I don't know about the DOB violations, they'll show up kind of in a different way. So we would need kind of sign off from DOB that everything was paid off,
Okay.
right?
We've got that evidence and we'll submit it.
Okay. All right then. So, the next time you appear, the kitchen needs to be gone. Pictures of gone kitchen. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
So, yeah, so next time, pictures of gone kitchen, and then methods for dealing with, maybe the trash issue would no longer be an issue, but to discuss how you're going to make sure that there's no imposition on neighbors with respect to trash, like who's the caretaker, somebody must be patrolling, like what is the method for dealing with the trash at the end of any kind of event? I'm not saying there aren't events, because it is, after all, synagogue, and there are post-prayer events and so on. And then the other is, of course, the parking review. Right.
I just want to add that this isn't all-inclusive. The comments from the review session should still be addressed in your submission.
Yes, right. Yeah. Never ignore the comments from review session.
Of course.
Okay. So then, I would say you need probably, that's too late. March. Yeah, March. That's good. Yeah.
Okay. Submission date, February 12th, for continued hearing, March 3rd.
I'm curious, Chair, whether we can have additional time to address some of these.
I'd be okay with that, only under the circumstance that commercial kitchens take out by a certain date.
Yes, right. Okay, so it takes a little bit of time to get a kitchen out. You have to call contractors to remove all the stuff and so on. But so I would say by the end of, what's today? By the middle of March, of February, the kitchen's got to be gone. So a submission showing a gone kitchen by February 15th or something like that. Yeah, middle March, middle February, I keep saying that. Middle February, you submit to us the photographs showing the kitchen removed. And of course, no events that exceed 74 people can occur in this building until there's a public assembly permit, right?
The fire department needs to speak. you said.
Yeah, okay, fire department.
If they, John Daly Fire Department, if they have events that are, 74 persons or less, a
They don't need a
PA
PA
permit is not
permit.
required.
Right.
Yeah, so,
No, but so the thing is, the synagogue is able to hold 227 or something like that people.
Right.
And the instructions on their C of O, their temporary CO, was that until the PA permit is received, they must limit it to 74 people.
I understand.
So
Okay.
that's why I'm saying you need to apply for a PA permit, and in the interim, 74 people is your max.
And
Right.
you will get a schedule of upcoming events?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So,
When do you, Chair?
Yes.
When are you expecting?
Sorry.
Chairman,
When are you expecting the schedule of events?
So, well, that's a thing that should be, Mr. LaBelle?
Yes.
We need earlier submissions, because I don't want this to just linger on, even though you need more time to do the other things, right? So I would say by mid-February, both a photograph of the kitchen no longer intact, and then also the schedule of events going forward as of now.
Okay.
Right? By mid-February, and then you can finish the rest of your work by when? When did you want to come back?
I would say until sometime in March.
Okay. March 24th?
First deadline there, and the second deadline.
Okay, yeah, so those are the two choices. Tell me
Okay,
what they are.
so submission of those items.
Oh, I'm just sorry, just one thing to clarify for the record. I believe we may have a PA approval.
You have PA drawings approved, but you never pulled PA permits. So that's not the same as having a
Understood.
permit.
Thank you for
Right?
clarifying that.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so submission of the early items, February 12th, submission of the rest, March 4th, and a continued hearing, March 24th.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming. So now, just to remind, what's the date of the next hearing?
March 24th.
March 24th. So they'll be back here March 24th, having made submissions both in what did we say, February what?
February 12th.
February 12th, photographs of the kitchen missing, and also a schedule of upcoming events. And then March 4th, they're going to make submissions, is that right? Submissions of the rest of it, like the parking studies. All of those things need to be submitted also to the community board. So for more convenience, you can go to your community board and get a copy of that. Or someone could come to our board office and get a copy of it. You have to make an appointment to do that, okay? So if you're interested in coming to this hearing, then you would be coming back on March 24th in the morning, okay? Otherwise, you can watch also. Yesterday, we had what's known as a review session, where we discuss what we've received. And it's not open, the public can listen, but they can't speak, right? And so you can actually watch the results of our review session by the afternoon, by like about 3 or 4 o'clock. The video goes live, and that's on our website, which is nyc.gov/BSA.
So that would be March 23rd?
March 23rd in the afternoon, say by 4 o'clock, the video is mounted.
Right, so then March 24th, then we have the hearing, but today's hearing is also posted in a couple of days. Today's, if you want to look back at what was said.
Right. We really appreciate everyone for coming. We know it's troubling, time-consuming, and all, and
Yeah. And you can still
difficult.
submit any documents
Yeah, we're
or
gonna take a break.
writings that you want to submit.
Yes. Okay, and we're going to take a 10-minute break. Is that good for now? No, we do 10. I want everyone to
10-minute break?
That's the whole thing. These are both breaks. So you are, oh, you checked the dates, okay, thanks.
Okay, item number 11, 19615BZ, 250 Mercer Street, Manhattan. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions? Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I'm going to hand this out, which I provided this morning. I did the therapist licenses.
Yes, we saw.
Do you want them?
Maybe
I
the
don't know
other
if-
commissioners?
You
You
saw
saw
them?
them? Everyone saw them.
Yeah.
Okay, well then never mind.
And
Just in
I
case.
understand they're all valid, they're current.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, yeah.
And then the Alt 1 for the fire alarm permit the architect is working on that right now. It was kind of like a half install, but now because we were figuring that out in 2015. And then the sprinklers are in, there's no change of ownership. I'm just going through the conditions. And the C of O, as you did notice, there cannot get a final C of O without all the landlord fixing all the violations or curing all the violations, but they can get a temporary C of O. So I guess what we would ask, that's what the architect said. The architect told me he could get a temporary C of O.
Really?
Yeah, just for the space that's completed.
That's a partial TCO.
It's a TCO just for the space that the job covers.
Okay.
But-
How long typically are they valid for, TCOs?
But I guess what we would ask is as much time as possible so they can work with the landlord to resolve these issues, because it is being brought by, this application is being brought by the PCE owner.
Right. So you're sure that when you have outstanding open Alt 1s, you can get a TCO, partial TCO?
If the alt one's just for a space that's completed, that space can get a TCO.
But not the whole building.
No, I know, not the whole building, but okay. I just don't want you to have to come back here in 2 years.
We don't want to come back either, so that's why we're asking for as much
So,
time as you're willing to
This whole
give.
thing about being in a large building where you're not in control of the CO, almost rather, like, I think, the real thing that needs to be done is you file the Alt 1 to attempt to change the CO to reflect your use, right? Maybe that's all that needs to be done. Because what you're just trying to do is establish with the Department of Buildings that we're all acknowledging that there's a PCE, right? And so if it doesn't get signed off because of other open alteration applications, then at least you could demonstrate, look, I filed the Alt 1, what do you want me to do? Right? I can't go any further. What about that? And this is a little bit thinking aloud, but I'm just trying to avoid them coming back in 2 years because DOB changed its position on temporary partial COs.
They're also like the alternate.
Yeah,
Right.
they have to go back over and over and over.
Right. So maybe we could do it like this, that within X months or something, you submit an alteration type 1 application to amend the CO, and whether it gets signed off or it doesn't get signed off, right?
All right. As part of a condition, or do we wait it out?
As a condition.
Oh, okay.
In other words, so that we don't say, well,
Okay.
you still don't have a TCO 2 years from now.
Mhm.
At least you can say, no, I don't, but at least I filed, and that whenever in the future the landlord tries to obtain a CO,
Yeah.
at least you're on record in that Alt 1
Mhm.
that you tried to, maybe that would work? I don't know. Anyway, we can clarify this on the resolution. We don't have to commit, but it'll be something like that, as opposed to getting a permanent,
Thank
okay?
you. Because this owner is very appreciative, I'm sure, of this, because they just own this one Haven spa. It's
Yes.
not like they have spas
No,
all
it's
over
a
the
huge
city.
building that
Yeah.
you can't control, and and I'm sure there's lots of issues in this building. And it's a huge old building, right? Okay. Are there any speakers on this? All right, so I don't think we have any other open issues. So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
So maybe the condition could either be an either/or, either a temporary, I mean, a TC, a partial TCO for the floor only, or filing of an alteration type 1 application, which you have to do anyway to get the partial TCO, to show the use on the floor, and it's done within a year or something like that. How about that? Yeah.
1 year from.
From today, from
Yeah.
today.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Motion to grant. Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you so much.
And just let me fix that podium. Item number 12, 2018-18BZ, 2228 to 2250 Linden Boulevard, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. Are you speaking also? Okay, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to any board member questions? Okay, please sign. Oh, you did already, okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Frederick Becker. We attended your review session for this application to extend the time to complete, to get the C of O. We told you that we have been working diligently on this for over a year now. In response to the comments that you made, and I have some responses, and we'll hear what has to be said. The landscaping, we did, as we set forth in papers, there were approximately 10 conditions, and we did comply with basically all of them with the exception of the landscaping. I'll get to the interior in a moment. We did make a request to the City of New York for the one tree on Cleveland. I have a correspondence back from the City of New York that was generated by them. I can hand out copies if you like. That says this was requested on December 11th.
December 11th of 2019.
2018.
18, okay.
2018. I'll hand up the copy. I'll read it in. We'll inspect requested planting. They are planted in the spring and the fall. If the location is suitable, it will be 18 to 24 months.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was made back in 2018, and 18 to 24 months puts us to the end of this year, 2020, or middle of this year, 2020.
Have you had any follow-up with this? Is there any way to find out whether they consider the location suitable?
I don't see why the location wouldn't be suitable.
No, that
given-
wasn't my question.
No, we have not followed to see if their location is suitable or not. No, the answer is we have not.
Is there any way to find out, to do a follow-up? How do you do this? Follow up with the Department of Parks? After you put in a request? Anyone know?
There's a service request number. Maybe I can ask for status on it?
We can ask.
Service request?
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, they're themselves are saying 18 to 24 months, and we
I know,
haven't.
but-
We haven't, we can follow up. We'll make a phone call and see if that's possible. But anyway, so we're only a year into that. The items that were requested is that in terms of the conditions, we say we address all of them. We have placed slats on the two lot lines that are adjacent to residential. We can provide photographs to you on that. And we have not yet done the striping, only because the construction has not yet been completed, because we don't have permits yet to do what we have to do, but we can certainly provide that in the interim. I know that the board saw trucks on the site. These trucks are delivery trucks for the plumbing supply company. They come, they go, they're parked for a few minutes to load, unload. If the board may or may not remember, we produced parking surveys which showed that on an average, there were maybe anywhere between 3 and 6 cars per hour in the lot, which can hold 25 spots. So the trucks are not taking anything away from the parking, and there is...
What are the trucks for?
We have a plumbing supply company, which is in one of the two, let me see which building exactly. It's in the... Hold on.
How many trucks?
There are, how many? Two trucks? 2 trucks on average. It's in the building that is known as, I'll tell you in a second, there are 2 buildings. It's the building that is on the, looking for a north arrow, it's on the easterly side of the property. It's referred to as Building A and A1 on the plans. It's a plumbing supply company retail.
Though Commissioner Otley Brown isn't here today, but her comment was lots of trucks. That's not 2.
I don't know what lots, honestly.
Lots obviously is more than 2, or you wouldn't say lots. So what is the situation? Why are there more than?
I don't, again, I can find out how many trucks there are.
Yes. If you're going to
Yeah,
speak, you
you have to
need to
come up.
come to the front and identify yourself.
Nick, your name first.
Aviv Galchi. Sorry, they may have come at a time when they were unloading material to the plumbing supply or a delivery of some sort. So it depends on the time of the day.
Okay.
In other words, the loading is done on-site rather than in the street. It's better since there is so much space. So we can find out, get you information on loading, unloading, number of trucks.
Okay.
But they are not trucks that are parked there. There was a comment about the interior. The interior is partially vacant at this point.
No, the comment was about getting so because we can't see from the street images what's going on the perimeter of the site, because there's a lot of the perimeter that's open,
The interior.
right?
Right.
The perimeter taken from the interior
Right.
of the perimeter. Yeah.
Okay, well, as I said, we can provide you with interior lots, but the fact that I'm stating on the record, and we will provide follow-up, that you saw that we had eliminated the fence on Cleveland, put in slats. We've already slatted the back, but we'll give you photographs for that.
Okay.
No problem. We've been speaking with the fire department about their violation issues. They seem to be controllable and workable.
So with respect to that, you stated in your letter that the fire department seems to not be up to date about the situation, but we have information that the nightclub was actually in operation as of mid-October. We need proof that the venue is no longer in use. And also, fire department tried to re-inspect, and they couldn't gain access.
Right, I spoke to them, we'll get them access.
Okay.
I don't, we'll find you proof, but we'll get you the proof that's needed.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything you wanted to add, Chase? No? Okay.
Show the door swings as well from the fire department.
April 28th.
The doors not swinging towards the means of egress?
Right,
Yeah,
but-
those kind of corrections need to be made, right?
Well, but that space is currently vacant, so the fire department will know, if the space is vacant, the fire department, I believe, Chief Dale will speak, those will not be an issue.
No, they're an issue always. Doors always must
Okay.
swing in the direction of egress. That's
Egress.
why it's called egress.
Egress, I understand that.
Right.
We will address that, but the nightclub was in fact evicted. What it was.
Do you know when?
When was that? Sorry.
Was it September
2018?
2019.
2019.
Funny.
2019. So I
Even
don't- I
though
don't-
there was an event there in mid-October?
I don't
Where
know.
someone was so happy?
I don't know where that information is coming from.
From Instagram, I think, was it Instagram? Facebook, Instagram?
From 2019, that's,
Mid-October.
There's also a letter submitted saying the nightclub use was evicted in June 2018, and the space has been vacant since.
Right.
Right.
So, but that's June
The rest of
20,
it was just September 2019.
yeah. So that's the thing, we don't have consistent,
I-
we have a letter in the record that says they were evicted in June of the prior
Right.
year. We have information, there was an event in mid-October of last year, and then your statement that they were evicted in September of last year. So let's just say, don't forget, you're a fact witness.
I understand.
Right.
I mean, again, it was, the nightclub use was in conjunction with the restaurant use, and so I don't understand. We'll find out. That's the
Okay.
answer. I don't, I would be curious, can you forward that Instagram thing to me, possibly, Mr. Fine?
No, I mean, you just only have to, the
I'm
way
not-
we find everything
If you
is
search
you
for Linden
Google.
Hall, Linden Hall as a event space.
We have the same access to data as you do.
I don't, not on Instagram, so I don't have access to that data.
You don't need to be on Instagram. If you Google and you
Okay.
put in Linden Hall,
Okay, well, I didn't know it,
Instagram
I didn't know it had a
appears.
name. That's news to me.
Why?
Why didn't I know it had a name? Because
We found that it out of the name.
You could also check Facebook, Linden Hall.
Not on Facebook either.
Neither am I, but it's an open.
Fine.
It's an open platform. Google will get you to Facebook.
I got it. Fine.
So this is all by way of saying you need to be more rigorous when you're doing research on behalf of your client and your fact witness, because you need to know facts, okay?
Okay,
And we shouldn't be finding out what the facts are.
understood.
Okay. Anything else on this one? Okay. Are there any speakers on this one? Fire department, you want to add anything? You don't have to, it's up to you.
John Daly, Fire Department. I did not even know about this space, Linden Hall. But once Mr. Becker's client contacts me, I can make arrangements for reinspection of these premises, and we can confirm if the nightclub use was discontinued.
Okay.
No, and I did speak with the owner prior to the hearing today regarding the restaurant for fire suppression system, its ANSEL system, that it also in violation. Now that he has copies of those violations, he had assured me that he would be talking with his tenant and to try to rectify those two violations.
Right. So I'm a little confused,
Okay.
though. If there's a functioning restaurant,
Yes.
how would you know there isn't a nightclub? Because a restaurant just changes the menu.
Oh, no, they're two different areas.
Oh.
The restaurant is located in the corner space, while the nightclub was adjacent to it.
Okay.
Yeah, there were two different.
If you look on the plans in front of you, if you look at the page P1 of 3, do you have that? The restaurant is solely in the corner space with that extension in the rear.
Sorry. We're just doing, standard Google work, 2228, 2250.
2228 Linden Boulevard. Brooklyn.
So as it turns out, on January 30th, there's a big party, a all about music showcase at Linden Hall. And it's on, that's Facebook?
This is Eventbrite.
Eventbrite.
Yes.
So sorry, just a clear confusion.
Just state your name.
Aviv Galchi again. So they weren't supposed to be using this space ever as a nightclub, just so it's clear. It was supposed to be additional storage. And the flyers that you're seeing online were probably from before he was evicted. So they're just still advertising. There's nobody there.
They were evicted in September or June, or we're not sure when, and they have flyers for January 30th?
I have seen what you're seeing online.
See, the problem is that the Linden, New Jersey party's Eventbrite was posted 3 days ago. So.
Linden, New Jersey?
Linden Boulevard.
Linden Boulevard, it was posted Actually, hold on a second.
Is it,
It could be a different location.
are we in
Oh, I'm
Brooklyn?
sorry.
Yeah, it is a different
Is
location.
Brooklyn?
2019.
2019, oh, okay, sorry.
Yes, 2019, not 2020.
Okay.
Okay, so that would make sense, potentially, not that it's right or wrong, but that, yes, so it's,
Okay.
the space is
Okay.
clearly not occupied now.
Okay, well, show us so clearly, because right now it's quite confusing.
Okay, but, no, that's, but it was a 2019 date on the record, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, big difference.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. So basically, we'll provide you with details of the truck situation. We'll provide you with interior lot photographs of the striping and slatting. We'll provide you with additional information concerning the event space and restaurant, and that seems to be what you need. And we can do this fairly quickly. We would ask for a hearing date, not March 24th.
Well, we want to see the work installed.
What work?
So the landscaping, for example.
That's the tree. The tree can't be
No,
planted.
there was more landscaping than just the
No,
street tree, wasn't
absolutely
there?
not. No,
That was
absolutely
the
not.
only thing?
Yes, absolutely. No additional.
sure?
lands.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Only the chain link fence. And removing the curb cut. and
That was
fence.
gone. We got rid of the
Yeah,
curb
we
cut,
saw
we
it was-
painted the walls, we got rid of, did a lot of stuff.
Okay,
So it's just the tree.
okay,
And that's not happening until April. Even if we did, it's not happening until April.
all right. In terms of the compliance with the conditions of the grant, could you provide us something that goes systematically through all the conditions?
I did. I'll do it again, but I did.
No, what you did is, I think you supplied photos.
No, I gave a chart,
You did?
compliance chart on page 3 of the statement.
Okay, sorry. You see that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yes, there is a compliance.
2018. I'm trying to figure out why I made that comment if you had provided that compliance chart. so.
It's associated with the statement of fact.
It's a statement of facts, correct. Page 3 of the statement of facts.
Here's the,
I have it. Page 3.
But how come you're saying there is no landscaping, and in the compliance chart, you're saying that installation and maintenance of landscaping waiting for spring?
Because it was a condition that was written in that has to refer back to the installation of one tree, which is it's landscaping.
So he's referring to the only one?
The one tree, yes, sir.
Okay, so if we were to follow along with this chart, do we have a photo that shows each one of those things?
Everything, it showed, we have a photograph of the removal of corrugated metal, yes. The installation of the fencing with the privacy slats, not on the interior. You have the replacement of the gate photograph. The limitation basically refers back to the replacement of the gate on Cleveland. The installation of one tree, no. The removal of the curb cut, yes.
You have a picture of that, of each
No,
of those? Okay.
Right. Redirection of lighting, there's,
Installation and maintenance of landscaping, there, you have the one tree versus the landscaping.
Right, but
That's what's confusing.
okay, but there is no additional landscaping. It was a condition that was there. There's no landscaping shown on the plans.
Okay.
Redirection of lighting, signage compliance was done, locking of gates is done.
And the proof of signage compliance?
Well, that was, or we haven't changed the signage from, previously it was in compliance when the grant was issued in 2018, and there's less signage now. So we were in compliance as of the grant.
So some of these are carryover.
From the previous.
Conditions from prior.
From the previous, correct. Correct. So you have photographs of everything except the installation of fencing with privacy slats on the southerly border of the property, which we can provide you.
Okay. So if you could get us that so that it's a complete record
Yes.
of your compliance?
Correct, we can do
And it
that.
says locking and parking area after business hours.
We we put a lock on the fence to 7, 8, 9 o'clock. I mean, I can show you.
Right, so provide us a photo that shows it.
I'll show you a closed gate with a lock, and that's closed gate with lock. I mean,
All right. Are there any speakers on this one? Oh, or did I ask already? Okay. All right, so the main thing is to clarify what's going on Linden Boulevard and how you're going to address fire department
yes,
objections?
that's easy. That's going to be
Okay.
done.
Okay. How much time?
We need like, 3 weeks? 2 weeks? I mean, if we can get a late February hearing potentially, maybe? Just not March 24th.
How many do we have? Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so this will give you a month. February 12th with a continued hearing March 3rd.
Okay. The only reason I would ask for anything possibly quicker is because we are trying to get the permits issued. We were delayed, as you know, as Mr. Vine knows, with this language interpretation by the DOB for 3 months.
What's, no, I
Okay,
don't
what
know.
happened was, one of the examiners at the Department of Buildings decided, and Mr. Costanza can speak to this, that we had to comply with bulk regulations with regard to yards. And it took the extended efforts of Mr. Vine and Mr. Costanza 3 months with the Department of Buildings to get them to realize this wasn't a bulk variance.
Wow.
So
Okay.
we lost a lot of time on that one. So if it can be moved up any sooner in February, it would be.
February?
Okay, so submission date February 5th with a continued hearing February 25th.
That's
Is that
very
enough
much.
time, though? It's only
Yeah,
2 weeks.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can paint fast.
Mhm.
And the slats are up already, and the rest is just discussion.
Mhm.
So,
Okay.
okay.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appeals calendar, item number 13, 2019-172A, 10 McGuire Court, Staten Island. You don't have to be sworn in, you just sign. Oh. These are your people? Okay.
And anything that's in red is the, yeah, so the main difference is this is the.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I have the owners again and the architect with me, and I'm going to hand out some zoning.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Elise Fullader, do you want to come up and introduce yourself? Because everybody needs to say their name. The architect.
John Montalto.
So what I've handed out in front of you is, you have the first 2 pages already, but that was the zoning analysis form for the previous zoning and the current zoning, and then behind it, to explain the perimeter wall height issue, I have the old zoning section for the perimeter wall height and the current one, so we can see the difference, but there.
Okay, you want to go through it? Because
Yeah.
I'm not sure that that little diagram was correct. Some of it was correct. The diagram that shows the difference between the two that we received for serious loss.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
With the rear yard, where he showed.
Yeah, so the rear yard aspect, understood, but there was a representation that the perimeter wall heights are different between the R32 and the R3X.
Well, that's what we're going to explain now.
Okay, good.
Using these 2 different zoning sections to show
Okay.
you what it was when the house was originally built.
Okay, good.
And what zoning is today, because it's been through a few different things, but one, do you want to explain the old one, or do you want me to just?
The original, when the application was originally approved, it was prior to the contextual zoning change where they had the perimeter wall with a 21 feet or 26-foot perimeter wall height with an apex of 35 feet. Prior to that, it was simply a street wall height, which did not have to, it was not really applied at the actual building. It was applied at the front yard setback. So we had a restriction of 25 feet in height at the 15-foot front yard setback, and then for every additional foot that the building is set back, it increases a foot. So if you have a 20-foot front yard, or if the building is set back 20 feet, you then have a 30-foot perimeter wall. So it depends on how far back the building is
But
from the
that's the
street.
part I got lost.
Excuse me?
That's the part I got lost.
Yeah, if you look at the
What
diagram
we-
that we submitted,
I didn't submit it yet, I just handed it
oh,
out.
okay. We just submitted this?
That was the
This is the,
1961 zoning.
this is the,
I need to switch to my
You have it in front.
distant one.
This is 61,
Oh,
but
this
you were
one.
in 96.
So that, the contextual zoning was put into place in 89, 90. Then you just, so when the home was originally built
This
in
one,
83.
yes.
Got it? Okay, I didn't see this one, that's why I was.
And
It was
basically,
with that zone. And no lower density management group.
No, wait. In 19, when was this originally applied for, 96 or something like that?
the original was applied in 82.
So at that time already, at that time it was in the South Richmond Special District.
Correct.
And it was not in a low density, definitely.
They bought the home in the 90s. We
No,
discussed that.
no,
She was
I know.
confused.
No. 10 McGuire Court, NB filed 1982, right? As part of a development of a 7-1 family home,
Right.
right?
Correct.
So the question is, in 1982, for sure there was the special district.
Right.
But you're saying there wasn't lower density growth management in 82?
Right,
No.
there was not.
Okay, so, but I didn't see on the approved drawings, which were much later, because the approved drawings that are perforated that we have are from 2003, right? But I didn't see any mention in the zoning calculations, the fact of it being in the special district. It doesn't mention it at all.
It did indicate that it was still South Richmond District, but it did not refer to the lower density. And the.
But it also didn't refer to any of the sections in the South Richmond district. Like, it didn't go through a zoning analysis to show compliance with the South Richmond
The
district.
bulk regulations are still under Section Article 2, not under the South Richmond District. South Richmond District required other compliance that but did not impact the actual bulk regulations.
But it affected what regulations? So that's the thing, because we didn't do it.
Trees, which we did show compliance with trees.
Okay.
Requires a school seat certification, which has been obtained. So the big thing is if your grading changes by more than 2 feet, then you have to file with city planning. Those are all provisions in the South Richmond District. But the actual floor area, yard requirements, height restrictions, those still are based on Article 2 of the zoning resolution.
Right, yeah.
And this diagram is from the resolution back at the time, and the height restrictions was based on a sky exposure plane as opposed to the perimeter wall restrictions. And the sky exposure plane starts at a certain height based on the front yard setback, not so much the house itself.
Right.
So we have a 15-foot front yard with a 25-foot high front wall height.
Okay.
And then at that point, the sky exposure plane
Okay.
slopes back at a
Right.
1-to-1.
Right, which is the same as what's there currently as part of the R32 requirement.
Correct.
Yeah, that hasn't changed.
That
But so-
has not changed.
But it's confusing, so you filled out this zoning analysis sheet, but you didn't include the height restrictions.
Yes,
There's
that
no
was.
reference to the height in,
Yeah, and
on this.
that should be changed to be 25 feet. It's a little bit more complicated because it's
Sure.
not the height of the wall that's permitted. It's the height of the envelope.
No, I understand. It's a sky exposure plane envelope, but you do need to show that the building fits within the envelope, and we don't
Okay.
see anything on the drawings that shows that it fits within the R32.
I could provide that.
Yeah.
The building is not perpendicular or parallel with the street.
Yeah.
So it may take a little complication. I could probably do with a 3D drawing to show the actual envelope, how it sits over the house and how it complies. And actually, it's just the front wall. There's only 2 restrictions on the height, which are on the street side. and then the sky exposure plane slopes up.
Right, but you had, at that time, it was viewed as a corner lot, right?
Right, so we would have
So
two
you
walls.
would have to show
on
that
both.
you're falling within the envelope of that front wall setback, or whatever it is, this is above a, right, it's measured from the front yard line.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have to be from both McGuire and McGuire
Yes,
Court.
and so your front yard line, your building is pretty close to your front yard line, maybe right there. So we don't know that you're not penetrating
Okay.
what is it, an R2, the 25-foot, and then the sky exposure plane.
No, I had done my own analysis just to kind of get a sense.
So the requirement along this would have been 10 feet and along.
So based on my analysis, as I understand it, if it were as part of the original, as a corner lot in an R32, correct me if I'm wrong, you would have been required to provide a 10-foot wide front yard along McGuire Avenue and a 15-foot front yard along R32.
So that, it's also
Or it
not
could
what
be
it's
reversed.
shown, it's
Yes,
not.
right,
It could be reversed.
You have one of 15 and one of 10, and that's subject to the design.
Right, so that's not shown on this chart either. So these charts are really, I really frankly can't stand these charts because they don't let you tell the whole story about these projects. So, right, so if you could please, Mr.
Sure.
Montalto,
Okay.
if you could please do a zoning analysis to show that the thing I'm concerned about is, does the building comply with the R32 at the time, right?
Correct. Yeah.
That's all.
Okay.
And as far as I'm concerned, we understand that you switch from being a corner lot, a corner to an interior lot, and therefore the rear yard regulations kick in and you'd have to demolish the rear portion of the house. So I think that satisfies what we talked about last time, which was the serious loss issue. And for me, it doesn't really matter anymore whether you also would need to reduce the height of the building, therefore basically raise the whole thing, to accomplish serious loss. I just want to make sure that the vesting that we do here doesn't vest something that didn't comply from the outset with R32.
At that time.
At that time, on a corner lot, okay? That's really all. So if you could, on the way you would do today with a drawing, on a drawing, just prove out all of the applicable regulations, that would be great.
Absolutely.
And then we could be done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay.
He brought with him the perforated drawing, they're perforated, so I can't really.
Oh, and so what's the date on the perforated drawing?
That one
You
is
have the ones prior to perforation, these were revisions.
The revision is, the perforation looks like it's 04, but this is the one prior to the perforation, which I didn't have.
Yes. Okay, and it's, that's a perforation from 97?
This isn't a perforation, this is a.
Oh,
yeah,
but it's stamped approved.
The perforated one is perforated 04.
Same date, but it's been amended.
Right.
Here right now.
Okay, but this one, I'm interested because it's older, right? So,
Here's the postponed. So it's the last case.
So, but it's, oh, this was professionally
Yeah.
certified, but still.
I'll probably break the lunch also.
But there's no perforations to show that it was
Yeah.
finally,
Well, this is the one with.
that the permit was issued pursuant to that, because, part of the issue is that, so you have approved drawings there, but DOB said there was never a response to the audit.
So this is the neighbors.
So it's not concluding that a permit was properly issued, but my reaction to that sort of is, now you have a perforated set, even if it's perforated in 2000, whatever that.
But it has the same condition.
Yeah, so I look at that and I say, DOB wouldn't have approved it if it wasn't kind of viewing this as a vested building, pursuant to the prior zoning, because, right? Seems to me. Otherwise, why are we seeing?
Yes and no.
Yes and no?
It's been a very, very complicated process. As we had mentioned in my initial presentation, when we first went to the building department, they required us to file an Alt 1 application on the building, even though we never received the C of O, the building technically didn't exist. And when we came back a year or two later, so the audit was issued on that application. When we came back to address the audit, there was a new borough commissioner, and he said, why are we filing an Alt 1? We should be filing an NB. So we put the Alt 1 aside, we filed an NB, we proceeded, it was approved, and then years later, new commissioner came in and said, well, no, you still have to satisfy the Alt 1. So the audit was kind of put on hold. We thought was over, but then it resurfaced years later because the changing of the commissioners and the complexity and uniqueness of the project. We were being told back and forth.
Not that unique, it's a house in a neighborhood.
Exactly, but it was unique in the fact that everything was gone. They wanted the project now to be put into the bid system because the original application was prior to computers, before the computer system, and they didn't want to still have an old NB application and issue a C of O against that. So that's what made it complicated, because now we have to submit it as a whole new application. So should it have been an NB or should it have been an alt application? And that's what really, and there was nothing really to build on as far as a foundation of what was approved. The house was nearly complete. The original architect had passed away. The developer went bankrupt. The bank owned the bank. They purchased the house from the bank, not from the previous owner.
Okay, yeah, and I forgot that 97 was when current owner purchased the property and then starts digging in, so we
Correct.
can't, so even the 97 drawings are really about, I'm not sure what DOB was reviewing, frankly, because in 97, you predate the 2002 change in the zoning, right? So arguably, DOB is reviewing this as an R32 project.
Correct.
Right? So then I go back to my same statement. If it's viewing it as an R32 project, the building is clearly in place, right? So it's hard to consider it not vested when it's actually already built. And you're drawing effectively what's there, right? That's arguably what that 97 set is, right? And then if the drawings get modified to respond to DOB comments or your own modifications in 2004, it's still looking back at the R32. This doesn't really matter what happened in 1982. What matters is prior to 2002, you had a building in place that complied with the R32 regulations, therefore vested under R32. So the issue of whether or not a valid permit was issued, for me, it's because you've got a perforated set of drawings, and whether or not you can produce the permit.
Yes, we could.
You could produce the permit from pre-2002?
Oh, yes, yes.
Did you already give us that permit?
All the types of permits we have?
I think so, yeah.
So as long as we have pre-2002 permits.
They're like electrical permits.
Yeah, okay, so then I'm not, a little confused again, why DOB,
97. We would have taken it out when we bought the house in 97 October.
Okay.
We started working it the next week. 97 October.
The printouts from the BIS system, Madam Chair.
but so it seems to me, as long as we have in the record a 2001, just say, permit for construction, right, which you must have gotten in 97 pursuant to that first filing, then there's a valid permit, and DOB feels the need to kind of look back to 82. It's not really, doesn't really matter, right? Right? Am I crazy?
I don't see it.
Yeah?
There you go.
I think it's become a very tortured and circuitous process than it
No,
needed to be.
it's obviously for them, I can't even imagine. But, right, but just to simplify it, as long as we have a permit that predates 2002 zoning change, we have a valid permit, even if DOB didn't answer that question. And then we just need to know for sure that it complies with the R32.
Yeah.
That's all.
One sheet, how it complies with the R32.
Yes, yeah, just go through everything applicable, drawing, diagram, whatever you want to do to make it clear, okay? We do need diagrams, we need to show
Yes.
that it's not penetrating the sky
Yep.
exposure plane and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
just build the envelope over the permitted envelope of a 10R32 over the existing building.
Yeah.
Right,
And
it
that-
doesn't matter
I'll draw
all
it in a
about the
3D
R3.
model.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and that's
Yep.
it.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah.
it.
Okay.
And show the existing building within it,
That's it.
and that's it.
Okay. Okay, good. Are there any speakers on this? No. How fast?
How fast can you
In a week.
What do you do this afternoon?
do it? Have that last date in February, you're taking it?
No,
We
we're
have
just
January
gonna
28th.
review something quick, so yeah, I'm okay with last day of February.
Okay,
Does that
submission,
seem like?
submission date February 5th for a continued hearing February 25th.
And Ms. Bolidera, if you could be very clear on your cover letter, what's being submitted, so we can go quickly to the thing, as opposed to it just saying, we're responding to your concern.
I hope that's not
Please.
Just in case you had a temporary
He's
lapse.
not going to be.
Oh,
Do I need
doesn't
to
work?
be?
No, I don't think
Okay,
it's.
I don't want to push it back any further.
Do we have earlier dates for them, or?
We do have other dates. I'm not, as long as you do the right thing, then we
Sure.
shouldn't need you to be here, right? It's just you should do as thorough a zoning analysis as you know how, leaving therefore nothing open. And with respect to the special purpose district, indicate what applies, and therefore, that way you can go through it and say, we received from city planning, we received this, we received that. That way, we know all the boxes were checked, okay?
I could get it to you early next week.
Okay.
So, do you want dinner?
February 25th is the best we can.
Okay, yeah, everything.
Right? Oh, can we do something earlier? You won't be here February 11th, do you care?
I won't be here February 11th. When will you be submitting it?
I could submit it by...
I can give my comments before that, but I think if everything is good, and I really don't want to delay this,
Right.
I'll review it and give you my comments
Okay.
before that.
Can
Which
you
shouldn't be
Submit
anything.
By the 22nd?
Excuse me?
By the 22nd?
Of January.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so January 22nd.
Submission date January 22nd for a continued hearing February 11th.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate your
Thank you very much.
cooperation and
Thank you.
figuring this out with us. Thank you.
New cases, item number 14, 2019-259 BZY, 23 East 39th Street, Manhattan. You can sign in, but you don't have to be sworn in, it's an A case. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners of the Board. Brock Robel on behalf of Vistani Eastside New York LLC. I'll make this as quick as possible because it's your last item before lunch. Requesting extension of time to complete construction of 27-story hotel, use group 5 at 23 East 39th Street. It's in a C53. It's in the East Midtown Subdistrict of the Special Midtown District. You've previously granted an extension of time to complete foundations on this project under 217-264BZ when we demonstrated that the foundations were vested. We have now requesting time because it's been 2 years since the adoption of the effective zoning that requires a special permit for this use to extend the time to complete construction. Our materials submitted in September had calculations up to June 31st. We did not have the calculations up till August 9th to submit to you, but those calculations demonstrate 82.5% of total costs completed. It was 75% outlaid because of retainage. I'd like to note that the 5 weeks of missing time would have increased that percentage as of the effective date of the lapse of the permit. And there were a number of things on that list that weren't really necessarily included for a TCO, such as, I think you noted at a review session, robe hooks, mirrors in a fitness room, metal lockers. Also, if excluded, I think we'd increase that percentage almost close to 100%.
So that's the question. What's the status today? Because that was way
Then
back
that's,
6
yeah,
months
jumping
ago.
right, the status today is on Monday of last week, a TCO was issued. So it was basically minor work since August 9th until now that was those minor minuscule items left on that list, such as rope hooks, mirrors, metal lockers, and they're seeking a final certificate of occupancy based on basically sign-offs at this point. There's really no work that needs to be done.
So they're just finishing up with sign-offs to get the final?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And the question about man-hours?
Yes, 129,441 man-hours. It's done on a rolling basis, and I don't have a percentage of what that is, and I was not able to get the rolling number we're at now, as of today's date, since yesterday. I couldn't get that. I can get that. It won't necessarily reflect a percentage, because that will just keep on rolling until the end, and they haven't estimated what that total number is.
You mean, when you say rolling, you mean they're not sure how many man-hours are needed for the project?
Yeah, it's a little different than the budget. There's the budget, and that's what it is, and they're going to pay their subcontractors, but their subcontractors will have to use as many man-hours as necessary to fulfill the scope of their work, and that is not necessarily defined at this point.
Okay, good. Are there any questions here?
No.
Any speakers on this one? Okay, I don't think we need you to get any information about the man-hours. You're basically ready to move in. So, okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Excuse me, Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Do you actually want 2 years?
As long as, I mean, they're going to be occupying the building very soon, so if you don't think we need to give us 2 years.
1 year should be sufficient, right?
It should
I
be
don't
more
want to
than-
make it difficult for you, but 1 year sounds sufficient? You sure you check with your client, 1 year is good?
Good with the year? Yes, we're
They're
absolutely good with the
that.
year.
Okay, so then for a 1 year extension, motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
This application's been granted.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Zoning calendar continued hearing items. Item number 15, 2017-233BZ, 446448 Park Avenue, Brooklyn. There's a request to withdraw this application. What did I do? I missed one. I'll put you in, because it just, I don't know, I missed this. Huh? You don't have to be sworn in, as long as you don't speak about anything.
Frank Noriega from Shell Nobel on behalf of the applicant. And as Ms. Matias just mentioned, we are here to withdraw the application.
Okay, so for a motion to withdraw?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
This application has been withdrawn. Item number 16, 2017-265BZ, 318, 320 54th Street, also known as 5401 3rd Avenue, Brooklyn. This application is requested to, it's administratively adjourned, I'm sorry.
Just a note for the board, the application for a special permit under 7353 was filed last week. Notice was served already and received to the public entities of the special permit. They're coordinating with the community boards to see if the community board wishes to.
Okay, so these should run simultaneously,
Yes.
right? So we need to wait for X time for the community board, the minimum 60 days, right? So maybe 90 days from now we have?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean.
Is that right? 3 months?
Yeah.
It's got to be reviewed, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sure they'd like to move forward,
But we need to.
But we need time for
There
the
has to be
community
notice,
board.
and the community board has 60 days to respond from the time of service.
I know that the applicant did reach out to the community board because they had heard already the 11/4/11.
But statutorily,
Yeah,
we're gonna have to
but
give
we're
them 60
required
days?
to give them the 60 days, and at this time, we don't have anything from the community board waiving their
Right,
public hearing.
okay, so let's do 90. That's good.
Is this postponed?
Postponed.
April 7th.
No, it's not a
No, no.
postponement, this is an
Okay.
This is
administrative
an-
adjournment.
Adjourn to April 7th. If there's a submission, the date is March 18th.
Okay, and just an instruction to the staff that the new special permit will run as a companion to this one.
Yeah.
To be scheduled as
So we're going to
April
schedule,
7th?
so I make a
March
note
18th.
from here and everybody. So the new special permit will be scheduled for April 7th?
Correct.
Okay, new special
So
permit.
they'll run together as companions.
Scheduled April 7th also. Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know the number of.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I was looking for the number. Okay. Item number 17, 2017-261BZ, 527 East New York Avenue, Brooklyn. Just sign in, and I gotta swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, great.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Matthew Schomer, Belkin Burden for the applicant. Couple comments at the review session yesterday were responded to in a submission made yesterday afternoon. 2 notes on BSA 6 and 7 about the occupancy or lack thereof on the terraces, setback terraces, and then the
Setback notes.
Setbacks, a little notation that just says that there's
Oh,
a
right,
setback.
yeah, sorry,
at
yeah, a
the-
little 4-foot setback and 8-foot setback on the
Correct.
3rd and 4th
Correct,
floors.
thank you for responding so quickly, so that's it. Are there any speakers on this one? Okay. Please don't talk during these. If you want to talk, please go outside. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Thank you. Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay, and I don't see any conditions. Did anybody see conditions on
I
this one?
think there was no events or lights or
The-
amplification.
Those are the
Okay,
notes,
on any
those are
of, yeah, okay, so.
Those are the conditions we put on the plan.
Those are on the drawings, but we can add it as a condition, right? So, so a motion to grant on condition that there are to be no events, lighting, or amplification on the setback floors, and no amplification or lighting on the roof, okay? And so with that, a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
The application's been granted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 18, 2018-177BZ, 2061 Ocean Parkway, Brooklyn. Oh, there you go. No, I don't think you, okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony for this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Good afternoon, Lara Altman from the Law Office of Lara Altman.
Okay, Chase, you're okay with this? All right, so we scoured the drawings, and it seems like everything's coordinated, more or less, right? Good enough, okay. So are there any speakers on this? So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant on the standard condition that if any of the materials are removed in excess of what's shown on the board plans, the permit will be considered invalid.
Okay, Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 19, 2019-15BZ, 7940 Cooper Avenue, Queens. This application has, the applicant has requested to adjourn this. To respond to
3
DOT.
months they asked for.
Submission date, March 18th, or a continued hearing, April 7th.
Item number 20, 2019-21BZ, 223 East 14th Street, Brooklyn. The other one. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Sign. Oh, I'm sorry, Frank. There you go, thank you.
Frank Noriega from Sheldon Bell on behalf of the applicant. We listened to the review session yesterday. It appears the only additional comment was that the first floor plan, the demo plans need to match up to show that the walls to remain were verified on both sets of plans. In addition, so we had the architect quickly do it, and I haven't had a chance to review the plans in full, but it looks like the
If you
retained
haven't had
plan.
a chance, then
Well,
how have we had a chance?
So I have the plans here, but actually the retained walls are actually increased up to 66%. They were electronically submitted, but I do have hard copies if you'd like to review them.
They were submitted this morning.
Right, so I haven't had a chance to review. How do we know?
Well, certainly if you need time to review, but I can point out the changes on the plans. But it was more of just making sure that the dimensions were, my understanding, that were correctly corresponded to the first floor plans versus what was shown on the demo plans. And then
Right.
it turned out that there was a wall, 2 walls in particular that were not shown accurately, and they have been accounted for, and the calculations changed.
How do we know?
Then they'll be submitted in the plans, and I have hard copies here.
Okay.
Also affected the statement of fact because.
Thank you.
And you reviewed Sam?
What was that?
And you reviewed Sam?
No, he didn't review the set.
You said you did.
Briefly.
Yeah. okay.
You said you didn't have a chance to review it.
Fully.
Fully. That's the same as
I quickly
not
reviewed
reviewing
it, and my comment, and I had to have them make one change, and it looks like they made it, was to show that clearly on the first floor plans which walls are to remain. And as you can see on page P4, they've actually done some shading to show which walls remain. And then the last page, I believe, is D1.
Wait, slow down.
Sure.
So I'm looking at a demo plan on another set. New construction is this hatching. 26.3 is the magic number, give or take. It's not really the same, but anyway, 26.3, it's probably more like 26, less than 26. All right, and then 58.8. And then the second floor, is there existing second floor? Oh, this is a one-story building, right?
Correct. It currently exists as 1 story.
Okay. There's less mystery when it's only 1 story. Okay, and then the recalculation, based on that was 100, let's see, sorry. For some reason, it went up.
Correct. That extension, the 58.8 you mentioned,
Yeah.
it was originally shown to only go equal to the southern wall. Actually, the wall to remain actually extended further.
All the way to the back.
Correct, so
Yeah.
the full 58.8. And that's where there was also a 6'5" wall on the southern wall where, at the back of the property that was shown as existing originally. It's now being removed. Because now it's part of, I believe, the bathroom, so it's not going to remain.
Okay. So that little 11-foot 7-inch wall, it's not mentioned on the demo plan. Huh? No. Oh, no, that's 11-foot 11 says to remove. And this one, it says you're retaining that front wall, that's 11.7, but it's not shown dimensioned on the demo plan. And then it's not shown, yeah, it's not consistent. So,
You also want to do the dates. You want to make the dates more consistent as well.
dates aren't, so if you look at the, and that's why doing this fast doesn't work, right? So if you look at the proposed drawing P4, it has a dimension that says existing 18'4" building basically to remain.
No, that should be a new wall. The shaded area is 18.4? So that's the
No,
width
no,
of
no,
the-
no. Look
Oh,
at what it says.
Sorry, which side are you looking at?
I'm
The
looking
street
on the
side?
first floor plan, P4, along the existing 14th, it says existing
Got it.
14th, East 14th Street?
Correct.
The language parallel to that says existing 18.4 plus building.
Gotcha, and it doesn't show the dimension of the parking
It
space.
doesn't,
where
I don't
it's
know what
parked.
18.4 refers to anyway, but there's that little section there that's arguably existing, which according to the little calculation drawing on D1 is 11'7", but you can't find out because it's also not dimensioned on the demolition plan.
Are correct.
So I would say, take more time, do it right, and you can come back next week.
Sounds good. Next week, you said?
The 28th, right. Take more time carefully, right? Rushing is never good unless you're really focused.
I just want to make sure there weren't any other questions regarding the floor area and the pulling back of the house to 5 feet. So the second floor is now 25 feet away from the rear lot line, because I know that was the question that was raised at the initial hearing, which reduced the second floor and attic space.
No, that part was okay,
Perfect.
because you did what we instructed. It's just that then I was reviewing the drawings and they don't match, and so the DOB doesn't know what it's supposed to do.
Absolutely.
And we needed to know what it's supposed to do, okay?
We will seek clarification, and we will be back next week.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
Are there any speakers on this?
So that's a submission date of January 22nd, or a continued hearing January 28th.
And if you could, please, when you submit, be very specific about what the changes to the drawings are, bubble them,
will
and
specify the
provide a
bubbles.
clean and a bubbled set, and don't forget to date the drawings.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, what was the hearing date? January 22nd submission?
January 28th.
28th. Thank you.
Item number 21, 2019-178BZ, 1426 East 24th Street,
This one
Brooklyn.
I know wasn't right.
Oh, wait. I'll sign in for you, I don't know where it is. Sorry about that. Oh,
This
is
one
it?
I had
Oh, I'm
checked.
sorry.
Look at it.
21, I'm getting confused with numbers. Oh, why I did that, that's weird. Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Good. Oh, wait. What is this?
Amended plans to address some of the questions.
Are they amended since this morning, the submission that was this morning or last night?
This is the submission that was this morning. So it's not to address
Close,
all
but-
of the comments, it's
Close,
just,
but no cigar.
first and foremost, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. Good afternoon. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
So the plans that are submitted are the proposed and existing plans, which we attempted to address the question of the demolition plans, where the dimensions and the shading didn't seem to match up. So we went through it, and I thought we caught all of it. I'm not sure what we were missing, but I'm happy to review it with you and find out what we were missing. I saw the discrepancy I saw is there was a bay window that was being demolished that was
Yes.
shaded. So we shaded that now as being retained,
Right, but then-
as being demolished, rather.
But then it wasn't mentioned.
It was
So
dimensioned
if
on
you-
it's dimensioned on the demolition plan.
No, so the instructions are, hold on a second, let me get to the first floor. So the first floor doesn't have a dimension of what's the retained walls.
So.
That's what's missing, they need to match.
So I thought we had, so if you don't mind clarifying
Sure.
that, because I'm
See-
looking at which sheet are you looking at?
A3.
Okay.
Tell me when, okay.
On the-
So you see where it says 52 foot 7 inches existing?
You want that broken up into 3 dimensions?
Of course, because it isn't 52 foot 7 inches existing. You're taking out that one portion in black.
Okay, I can redo
Right.
that, no problem.
Okay.
I caught the shading part, I thought that was pretty good.
Okay.
with regards to the plans, I can have that changed. With regards to the rest of the changes on the plans, we added the board standard note of retention or the special permit is void.
Okay.
We updated the dates accordingly, and everything was, on the existing plans, which I sent you, we actually dimensioned it the same way it's on the demo plans, just so everything can line up, we thought.
Okay.
So I can make this last change and address that.
Okay.
The other comments yesterday were with regards to the FAR of the proposed building. So I apologize, we did discuss it in our statement, and I did discuss it in my cover letter in response to the board's concerns. At the prior hearing, the original iteration had 20 foot at the first, second, and third floor. The board said bring it back to 25 and to a complying rear yard at the third floor level, which we did. The board also commented that the height of the house was within the character of this block. In reviewing that, what we did with this house is, now that the first floor, there were 2 rooms that were, the second floor had 2 rooms that were cut down into 1 room. We enlarged one of the rooms at the attic when we put a second bathroom up in the attic. So since there'll be more people sleeping in the attic, we decided a second bathroom was necessary to accommodate everyone that would be in the house.
The last version had 2 bedrooms also.
But the bedrooms were smaller. We have more bedroom space now up there.
So?
So to accommodate more people on the third floor, we thought that we needed, and I know from experience, when you have a lot of people in the house, you need more bathrooms and more bathroom space. So we added an additional 50 square feet for bathroom space, and we shifted to make one of the bedrooms larger at that floor.
But so then how do you justify being the biggest building in the neighborhood?
So to that point, the board mentioned yesterday to look to the .91 FAR, which was a board approval. In my documents, it does show that house actually is 6,800 square feet.
Yeah.
And it has a 60-foot street wall. So that house, even though it only has .91, has an appearance of being just an enormous house. As the board has mentioned numerous times throughout the years, FAR is just a number that's, not really, nobody really understands that number if you're just looking at the house. This house, we felt, does fit within the context of the neighborhood in terms of its design, in terms of its height. We set back the house at the rear to be compliant with the rear yard, to be less intrusive. The neighbor next door has a BSA approval where he has 20 feet at all three stories. You can see that on the rear yard photographs number 11. The house next to that also has a rear yard incursion of 3 stories straight up at 25 feet. So even though we'll be slightly larger in terms of FAR, or in terms of floor area, will be a less imposing building because the attic floor, the third floor where we gained some square footage on this iteration, is set back 37 feet from the front lot line and set back 22 feet from the street wall of our building, as opposed to the other houses that seem to have just full third floors. So we felt that while the FAR may be a larger number, the home itself is more considerate to the character of the neighborhood and to the surrounding uses, or surrounding houses.
I think just looking at the building elevation and the way the setbacks have been done, I don't have an issue with it. From this, the rear, the attic building portion sets back 30 feet from the rear. No, the attic portion sets back 30 feet from the rear,
Yes.
as I'm looking at it.
Yes, that's what we told them to do. Yeah.
Right. And which is a lot more than typically we have seen some of the attics setting back to. And also the building sets back significantly from the front. So
yes.
Visually, it will appear more like a 2-story with a little bump up in the attic. And as pointed out, that lot, in terms of total square footage, does have much more floor area, though from an FAR point of view, it's a lot less.
Okay, borderline. I mean, it's, the attic is also 10-foot high interior, so it's a very tall attic. And it's a flat roof now. So it's not a, often we see it's 10 foot to the peak, but by the time you get into real occupiable space, you're down at 8 feet, right? This is 10 feet straight across. because it's kind of a barn-shaped roof. So,
I think it's still within the height. The building next door is taller than
yeah,
what we are.
the building next door is the same height, it says, according to the diagram. anyway.
Right, so
Okay.
I think, in terms of height, the board already also saw that, so.
All right, whatever.
I can, if the board will, has any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Mhm.
Otherwise, I'd like to try and, if the board wants me to, I'd like to try and make that change on these plans now and set
Okay,
one,
you want to do a second call?
if I can.
Okay, sure.
I will try and get this in right away
Okay,
and
great.
get approval.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
So we're second calling this.
Second calling this? Okay. Okay, so we keep moving on, or are we taking lunch? Because now we're at the end of the continued.
Oh, let's do another, these are small, these are PCEs, so let's go till 2, and then,
do
right?
the adjourn, then.
We'll just go
take a lunch
another
break?
15 minutes through the PCEs, and then, okay?
Okay, all right. Okay, it's new cases on the zoning calendar. Item number 1, 2018-91BZ, 7880 Leonard Street, Manhattan. This application is being postponed to January 28th for notice.
Failure to notice.
Failure to
right.
notice. Okay. Item number 2, 2019-169BZ, 638 Sharretts Road, Staten Island. Oh, sorry. Didn't see you though.
Should we set a date for,
Say?
Should we set a date for that, hearing date?
I said January 28th.
January 28th.
Commissioner, I'm sorry you didn't hear me. Thank you, Todd. Okay, I should know this by heart, but do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Todd Dale for the applicant. Good afternoon. Happy New Year. I have, to start, I know there were a few questions. Unfortunately, I only printed 3. I'm going to pass these around. These are some interior photographs of the facility that I think will help put some perspective on the plans and everything that was seen. Because I know that one of the questions that was raised, well, first, the fire department did submit a letter of no objection, which I believe was received,
Yeah,
notifying,
yeah.
okay. And just so the board is aware, the property owner is aware of the violation that was issued for the place of assembly, and as soon as they're able to obtain a CO, they'll move forward on that.
So this is the first floor plan, which we didn't see before.
Well, the first bit is a guide to show you where the photos, the most important is if you flip in, the photos are really what I wanted to show you, what I
Oh.
passed on there. They'll give you an idea of what the space is about, because it can be a little confusing with the plans, because they're showing the border of where the safety mats are, and the fact that these are erratic wall constructions that are set up. But in short, that main area is set up. There really is no equipment there other than the ropes that are set overside by these rock climbing walls. The main floor that's set up does have walls on each side. There are various ropes and pulleys and aerial type equipment that they can set up for various people to be set up. I know that one of the questions that came up was about the mezzanine and ADA access. The second 2 photos show that upstairs area is just duplicative of what's on the first floor. It provides additional climbing areas. There's another setup that's in that mezzanine area. Anything, per the architect, it is ADA compliant because any activity or service that could be provided upstairs is provided actually in greater scale at the first floor.
But to that point, it looks like, but, the photograph's a little fuzzy, that there's like some kind of weightlifting equipment or something up there?
Not really. What it is there's a wall with these devices, and then there's a metal, do you remember those like monkey bars that you
Yeah.
would like climb on? The best description I can give, so you can do some aerial climbing that's there. There's no weights that are there. The only equipment they have is there is actually 1 treadmill and 1
Yeah.
elliptical that are on the mezzanine level that are set up in the corner. They put them there. They're not really there. I mean, they're set up there. They're not really a main focus of this facility. It's just for people to warm up if they want to.
So I guess that's the issue, is a person who, for a disabled person, you would need to have the same thing downstairs. I mean, that's rectified easily enough, right?
How's this? I'm not sure if there is another one down there, to be honest.
Right.
I can double check and ask the operator, but those are not permanent fixtures, and I think that they put them up there for convenience, but I think that there may, I would need to check with the operator if there's the facilities downstairs also that are comparable.
It doesn't look
But
like
the rock
it in
climbing is the same.
pictures. Yeah. Okay, anyway, those are the kinds of things where you potentially have issues with a person who comes in and complains that they don't have access, right?
No, understood,
So,
and
okay.
that was the information
Okay.
that was passed on. But I wanted to pass it on. Now, I think there was also discussion about a question about plans. I guess I was a bit confused about that
We
because.
got 2 mezzanine plans. Yeah.
Okay, because the plans we submitted have the first floor and the mezzanine, so I'm not sure what, perhaps something happened with the hard copy or the PDF issue. These are the plans that we have of record. I only have my one set here, but I can pass them up. Page 2 of 5 is the first floor, and page 3 is the mezzanine.
So
maybe there was an issue with the PDF or something, but you'll see when it comes around that it's there, so we can check on that.
I'm curious whether you might be able to do a second call on this and just get us that first floor plan, because either it didn't make it into the PDF, but it did make it into hard copy. If you could formally submit that, or maybe your office could resend it, or you might be able to find the submit email.
Well, unfortunately, because the notice of comments down the plan, this would have just been on the original CD, so I don't know what happened with that PDF, but you'll see that it's there. For the record, if we do a second call, I can reach out and see if someone's available at the office just to get this PDF submitted.
Yeah.
It
do
seems
that.
like it's just a clerical error.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
so
do that, because
let's do that.
as far as we know, we don't have this drawing in our
Understood.
record file.
right.
So there's nothing for us to stamp.
Understood.
Right?
Okay.
So a complete of this.
That's fine.
Okay,
I will call shortly.
Okay. And then a submission of this, because that's very helpful, right?
Yes, the interior photos, we can get that.
Yeah, the
submitted.
photos, yeah.
That's
Okay,
that's there.
that's good. All right, I don't think this is, fire department, we have an L and O. What'd you say?
And we are okay with just a treadmill and that being, only being on the mezzanine floor and not have a replicated?
My feeling, it's not like you're going to put it in an elevator, get to the mezzanine for a treadmill. So if there's an issue, then there has to be a second treadmill or whatever put downstairs, right?
It's also a condition in the resolution does say ADA compliance.
Yes, right.
Then we'll
And,
double check
an
and-
alert also to your operator.
Sure.
There are people who will enforce on this,
We are very
guests who
familiar
come
with that.
in,
We
right?
are
And
very familiar
say,
with that, yes.
yeah, and then you don't want to spend time at whichever agency, commission, whatever, that handles that subject. Yes.
No,
Okay.
we'll 100%, so noted, and we appreciate the feedback.
Okay.
So if we do a second call, I will call them right now and see if we
Okay,
can get that
good.
plan and
Excellent.
photos sent.
Are there any speakers on this one? No? Okay, thanks.
Item number 3, 2019-170 AZ.
It's on.
Raise your right hand.
We're going to take 30-minute break, so 2:30.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony and before the board, and to respond to some board member questions?
Good afternoon, Fan Baton from Shell and Lobel PC for the applicant. We attended yesterday's review session. We'll have another submission. It's just our architect is currently with the flu, and we just didn't get to provide that yet. So I can answer some of the questions from the review session. Regarding the massages, the treatment, as you know, this building is actually still in construction. It's not, the PC is not open yet, as well as the whole building itself. So there was actually a change in the plans that I wasn't made aware of, and it's going to be in the submission that the treatment room has been changed based on DOB comments. So the treatment room itself is not going to be in the proposed plan sheet, and that will be submitted in the next round of plans.
Sorry, it will not be?
They won't have a treatment room. There are no
It'll be
massages
part
anyway.
of some other activity. They're not going to have treatment.
It's not a treatment room,
Oh, okay.
no. So it's just that floor is going to have the locker rooms and the bathrooms and still have the Turkish baths
and the sauna, it's just no treatment room. And I'll
Okay.
clarify that in the next submission. It's
So
just, I
they're
think-
not going to be offering any kind of spa activities or whatever at this club?
I mean, it's still, it's a they're going to be the hammam, the Turkish baths, for members and a sauna, but there's no masseuses. There are no massages on the site.
Really?
And
How do you do a Turkish bath without a masseuse?
No,
just asking.
And I think the owner actually, we didn't realize that there wasn't going to be a break, and she was getting coffee. It's the owner comes back in the middle of it. I could clarify, or I could clarify in the next submission.
Okay.
The sound attenuation details we'll provide in the next plan set. Those were submitted to DOB, and I'll just include those in the next plan set. There won't be any signs. There is, as you mentioned, it's a temporary sign on the scaffolding, but there were no plans for a sign or no plaque either at this point.
Because it's a private club.
Right, it's a private club.
Okay. Okay.
The subcellar, which isn't part of the PCE application, it's storage, and those will be labeled on the plans as well.
Okay.
And activity in the gym, it's really the smaller classes like yoga, trainer-led bodyweight classes with smaller free weights and mats, but once again, we are the only tenant in this building. It's just for high court, and they're like private training sessions, but there's no large equipment proposed.
Okay. Good. Are there any speakers on this one? Okay, so how much time?
I know there's we could get our plans very quickly, but I know that there was DOI issues.
We have DOI? Oh, okay, good.
And they were fine?
Why are you thinking they're
All
not?
They're done, I get it, thank you. All right, so as soon as possible.
What is it we don't know?
No, I just wanted to make
No, I sense she's just.
We submitted a form last night, that was the reason. We submitted a form last night, so to have sign off in one.
Sure, that's it. That's what it is.
So, very quick response, so the changes could be, because the plans are already prepared for DOB, so as soon as possible. The architect could even do it this week, so.
Okay.
Whatever's the earliest.
What do we do? How many do we have? That's too many, okay. 1, 2, yes.
Okay, so submission date, January 22nd, for a continued hearing, February 4th. February 4th. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break. Okay, so back at 2:30. Okay? Wow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back on the record. This is the public hearing for January 14, 2020. We're going to do second call first. Item number 21, 2019, 178 BZ, 1426 East 24th Street. State your name for the record. Remember, you're still under oath.
Jay Goldstein for the applicant. We submitted via electronic through Submit at BSA. We added the 3 dimensions to show the wall that are being retained and the walls that are being demolished. I did not bring hard copies. I submitted it and copied Ms. Matias.
Did you forward it? I didn't see it.
I can show you on my computer.
No, I saw the other one. I didn't see this one. This one's second. Oops.
That is a fancy computer.
It has magnets for a second monitor you can pull out. I can show you on mine. and then-
Magnets for a second.
Yeah. That's a very fancy computer. Yeah.
I'll show you a different day.
It's private practice. It's free to benefits.
Okay, 27, good. And then that matches?
That matches the demo plan on
Show me,
813.
show me, show me. Yeah, the retention, why is it not? Here it goes. 27, good. Okay, good. Good, thank you. Yeah. So then, I'd like make a motion to close.
Chair Plummer?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant on the usual condition, removal of existing material beyond what's shown on the drawings will void the special permit.
Chair Plummer?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Second call item is
Sharon?
Is that Sharon?
Yeah.
Is it? You didn't get that either. Sharrett is the gym, right?
169. 2019, 169 BZ, 638 Sharrett Road. We have a complete set of plans that have been submitted.
You got, since then, you got a
Yes,
complete set,
complete set.
signed and sealed, dated?
Yes.
Okay,
Todd Dale again for the applicant.
great, thank you for doing that. So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Sorry, it's a little slow on the update.
That's okay.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you.
And, that's a close, then we have to vote. And a motion to grant on condition, but we always have that condition that the project complies with ADA requirements.
So noted. And
Okay.
we appreciate the counsel of the board.
Okay.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair
Aye.
Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
All righty. Rock and roll. Okay, item number 4, 2019-74 BZ, 11251 Northern Boulevard, Queens. So who's coming up? So both of you should raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Okay. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Perlmutter and Commissioners. Eugene Travers with Kramer Levin for the applicant. We attended the board's review session yesterday. Thank you for your comments. We will be following up in a written submission with a report from the FAA consultant, revisions to the drawings, the noise analysis, a survey and a letter from the surveyor, e-designation compliance, and an update on violation status. There were a few comments that I would like to address briefly, mainly related to the community opposition and what the board is being asked to approve here. This application is not about building design. The applicant is not seeking any modifications of the underlying R6 zoning, and the project will be built in compliance with those regulations. What this application is about is a horizontal plane and whether exceeding that plane creates a danger to air traffic. And in this case, the FAA has determined that the proposed building would not. The community may have generalized objections about a bigger building on this site, but this is a large property, it's irregular in shape, and it's tucked into the corner of the neighborhood against the highways. The fact of the matter is that the city planners have already determined twice that this site is appropriate for larger development. The first time was when the existing R6C24 zoning was enacted in 2003 following a neighborhood rezoning. And then again in 2009, there was a follow-up rezoning that retained that existing zoning designation. Because this is an as-of-right project, questions of public health, safety, and general welfare were already analyzed when that R6 zoning was adopted. Again, we are not asking for any modifications of the underlying R6 zoning pursuant to this application. And in that context, it would be beyond the purview of the board to second-guess that zoning and question the appropriateness of an as-of-right design. The board's not being tasked with approving a building here. That's why the only finding relates to air traffic safety, and the board is permitted to defer entirely to the FAA with respect to that finding. Commissioner Shabeta, to your question at review session yesterday, kind of the existential question of why are we here if the FAA has already approved exceeding the height threshold. The zoning resolution does have height restrictions around major airport areas. They're height thresholds. Even if the FAA says that you can exceed that height limit, the DOB cannot just issue a permit because that would be in disregard of the zoning. They need another agency to tell them to do that. And for reasons that are probably lost to time, the framers of the 1961 zoning resolution decided that that would be the BSA. So the BSA needs to determine that the FAA has issued the determinations that there is no danger to air traffic. And then the BSA turns to the DOB and say, yes, you may issue that permit.
Are you familiar with section 7303 of the zoning resolution?
I am.
Right.
And that
What are those findings?
Well, I can turn to them if you like, but that was my point, Chair, about that the public health, safety, and welfare and those general findings is already baked into the R6 zoning, and I would defer to the statement of facts as to how we met those.
Sorry, say that again?
Should we go to the findings?
Yes, please.
I don't know which one you'd.
Okay, well, I can make it easy for you.
Okay, I appreciate that.
7303A, paragraph A, right? You want to read it, or should I?
I'm happy to read it for you if you'd like.
Okay, please do.
The board shall make all the findings required in the applicable section of this chapter with respect to each such special permit use or modification of use, parking, or bulk regulations, and shall find that under the conditions and safeguards imposed, the hazards and disadvantages of the community at large of such special permit use, modification, or use, parking, or bulk regulations at the particular site are outweighed by the advantages to be derived by the community by the grant of such special permit. In each case, the board shall determine that the adverse effect, if any, on the privacy, quiet, light, and air of the neighborhood of such special permit use, modification, or use, parking, or bulk regulations will be minimized by appropriate conditions governing location of the site, design, and method of operation. And so my response, in addition to what's in our papers, is again, this is an as-of-right design. This building complies with the existing zoning. So by definition, it should not have any adverse impact on the community if it's an as-of-right design.
Okay, you're talking about impact on the community, but what about the advantages to be derived by the community being outweighed by the disadvantages to the community at large, et cetera, like that language?
Well, I mean, I would defer to our papers, but this is going to be the development of a site that's remained vacant for quite some time. We believe it would bring new investment and new jobs to the community, and those are tangible advantages. I would leave it at that for now.
Okay.
Did you have any further questions, Chair?
With respect to that, no. Did you want to add anything?
I did just want to say briefly, because I know you mentioned the violations, and there were some significant, just on paper, it looks like some significant situations that occurred at the site. But as explained in the statement of facts, there was an explosion in January 2019 that was due to an infrastructure failure beneath Northern Boulevard. The cause of that incident was unrelated to the construction activities at the site. A third-party geotechnical engineer confirmed as much in consultation with the DOB. Of course, when something significant like that happens, a stop work order is slapped on the site, there's violations issued, the burden is shifted to the property owner to sort through it and demonstrate why it was not their fault, which the applicant has taken steps to do and has issued many of those violations. But this is an ongoing, evolving situation. It was damage to the roadway. Other things have happened, additional violations have been issued. The point is the applicant is addressing those violations, and we did hear the board loud and clear that the penalties have to be resolved before the board can take action.
But it does sound like that there are site safety violations. Many of them don't have to do with the explosion. It has to do with maintaining a safe site, protecting adjoining property, things like that. That's what's... No site safety manager present at time of inspection, failure to safeguard all persons, tracking, those are repeated a few times.
Sure. So Brett McCabe, a project executive, is here if you'd like him to speak to those.
Okay.
If I may, Chair.
Please state your name.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Brett McCabe.
Name for the record.
Brett
Okay,
McCabe.
and your role?
I'm the project executive. So in regard to the violations that the chair has just mentioned, some of these are actually related to administrative hurdles. I'm sure you're all familiar with the PW2 process. So although you could have a site safety manager on the site that is certified, that is approved, that possesses the proper license, if the PW2 form is not entered into the system properly or on time, you're going to be issued a violation for having an improper site safety manager or no site safety manager just based on the PW2 submission. There are a number of instances like that, and we then have attended the oath hearings in Long Island City and have gotten those violations dismissed as unwarranted at the time of issuance by proving, through affidavit or through submission of the appropriate licensing that the individual was in fact on site. In terms of what Mr. Travers had alluded to earlier, there were actually 3 different forensic engineering teams that came to the site post the gas and water main explosion and all determined to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that it was neither the design nor the construction. And again, the owner has taken appropriate steps. We've substituted the general contractor on the site. And as the chair and the board is probably likely aware, I would say 99% of those violations were issued to a general contractor rather than the owner or the applicant.
It was issued to don't go away.
To the general contractor.
Of course. Who else is it going to be issued to?
Well, there
It's a
are
construction
instances,
site.
obviously, where the owner would be held responsible, but what we've done is we've substituted that general
No,
contractor.
sorry. It's a construction site. Obviously, the violations go to the management of the construction site, to the general contractor who doesn't have the right guys on the job or isn't inspecting or whatever it is. So when we have sites, we've had a few of these where the sites are badly managed, we get involved. So we can't tell at the moment whether your site is badly managed. If you say you've gotten sign-offs from various agencies saying that the explosion wasn't related to you, produce that. If you've changed your general contractor and now there's a new site safety program in place, produce that. But at the moment, to say that it wasn't the owner, it was a contractor or got the violations, of course it was.
Right, we have replaced that general contractor.
Right, but so how do we know that you've replaced the contractor with someone who's up to snuff, right? So we need to know that you're managing this site properly because the
Understood.
history isn't.
I think the takeaway is we're looking at it and we'll follow up in the written submission.
Okay, good.
With
And the
full
submission, if, to the extent there are statements that everything's been cured, we need to see that DOB is okay with it, the best squad is okay with it, et cetera, all of the different
Sure.
safety.
Are the plans, I just have a question with regard to the plans. Are the plans that are submitted the final plans that you're intended to build on?
Those are the current plans for the project.
Which plans?
The ones that are before the board. There's no.
We have plans that are this big and you can't build even a model with those little plans.
Well,
So what are the drawings look
we
like?
heard your comments about the clarifications to the heights, and we will make the drawings more clear.
Okay.
But that is the proposed project at this point.
Okay, so I don't know if our project manager already sent it to you, but. We just sent you yesterday or today?
We did receive those samples.
Okay, so the samples show drawings that are much more developed than what you gave us and legible. So that's the level that we need to see. Okay.
Right, and we will address that.
Okay.
Other than that, we will provide a written response to respond to all the other comments that the board raised, and we'll leave it at that unless you have any further questions.
I'm curious regarding the construction plans that you started with. What was the height that was planned for the building originally when you started digging and putting foundation walls?
I think at that point it was a 12-story.
Could you come closer to the mic?
Yes,
At that point, it was a 12-story building that was proposed.
And what is the extent of the work that has been done before the stop work order?
The supportive excavation system was installed. That was actually done in conjunction with the brownfield remediation. Again, this was an empty site for quite some time, but prior to the demolition of the pre-existing building, it was actually a Ford auto dealership as well as a mechanic shop. So you could imagine the amount of leaks and seepage into the soil, created contaminated soil condition. We've removed over 3,000 dump trucks worth of material, 50 to 70 underground storage tanks. We've remediated the site, and we're given actually the highest grade in the brownfield remediation program. We're now in year 5, as I'm sure you're aware, the 5-year program. So as part of that remediation, there was a supportive excavation system that was installed, obviously to reach the required depth to do the underground storage tank removal and to perform all that remediation. In addition, throughout the perimeter of the site was the remainder of the supportive excavation walls which were installed, as well as a mat slab that extends 15 feet out of the perimeter of the slab, which tied in again to the SOE system. And then contemporaneous with the brownfield remediation program, there was also a liner wall that was installed on the interior of that supportive excavation system. Unfortunately, on January 4th of 2019, when the explosion happened, a portion of that wall was breached, about a 40-foot section was breached. So subsequent to that, a tangent pile wall was installed in order to get Northern Boulevard back to an operational status in that area of collapse. And that was all done in conjunction with the Office of Emergency Management, the Deputy Mayor's Office, et cetera. The intention there was to bring Northern Boulevard back to an operational status by opening day at Citi Field, which we were able to achieve.
And what is the status on site right now for the foundation?
The status right now is that that SOE system is installed around the entire perimeter. The mat slab is installed at the entire perimeter of the site. The tangent pile wall, which extends, roughly 90 to 106 feet east and west, certainly encompassing the area of breach, has been installed. And now, as part of the design, it's going to be, do you implement a raker and whaler system at the area of tangent wall? Do you somehow incorporate that into the new foundation wall? And those are all things that we're working with the design teams in right now.
But no foundation for the actual building itself?
The foundation for the actual building, again, depending on the height that we achieve, we've got some representatives from Thornton Tomasetti and their structural engineering unit that are determining whether or not the walls in their existing condition, which are now 18 inches of a liner wall plus the original 8 to 10 inch supportive excavation wall, in combination, the 28 to 30 inches now, can that actually serve as a foundation wall for the property?
Okay, thank you. Question about the FAA actual review. We do want the FAA to, I'm sorry, I'll go back. The FAA engineer that you're going to bring in?
Yeah, so we're going to have the independent report, which we've been provided a sample. Clyde Pittman, who has appeared before this board before, he's our consultant here. He will be in person to walk you through that report.
Okay.
And we did hear your comment that you'd like independent verification from the FAA, so we are going to try to facilitate that. Again, and there was a letter submitted Friday from our FAA consultant explaining that the notice of construction was submitted, and that we may go to the FAA and they may likely say there's nothing else to do here. You've already submitted the notice of construction, but we'll ask them to communicate that clearly, so the board has that.
Actually, we're going to ask them to take another look because we don't want to rely on a 3-year-old approval when so much has happened in the skies in the last 3 years. So,
and maybe they'll just update the letter. It's up to them.
Yes. Okay. We'll reach out as well to the FAA.
Okay, well, maybe we could coordinate. I don't know if you guys have a contact there.
But I think we'll do that after your consultant submits the materials, so at least the FAA receives a full report.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay, so I know we have speakers represented from the Borough President's Office.
Thank you.
In fact, the Borough President.
And a couple of other electeds and Ms. Reed from the Community Board.
Okay. So Ms. Borough President, you want to speak?
Someone's cell phone? Good afternoon. Sharon Lee. I have the honor and privilege of serving as the Queensborough President in an acting capacity for the next 3 months. But if I know your time is precious, I know this is a long hearing, but I'd like to read into the record a letter that was signed by 3 officials about 6 weeks ago, then Borough President Melinda Katz, as well as Assembly Speaker Pro Temp Jeffrey-On Aubrey, who would be here today, but he's doing the people's work up in Albany as we speak, as well as Councilmember Francisco Moya, representing the 21st Council District. And having had been the Deputy Borough President for over a year, I was intimately familiar with this project as well. And if I could, I would have signed on to this letter as well. And so if you'll indulge me, I'm going to read this into the record. It was dated for November 26th, addressed to Madam Chair Perlmutter. So November 26, 2019, on the matter at hand, BSA 21974BZ. Dear Chairperson, we write to share our concerns and opposition to the application submitted by Eastern Emerald Group LLC for a special permit pursuant to Section 7366 of the Zoning Resolution of New York to allow the construction of a development that exceeds the height limits established under ZR 6120. The site
112-51 Northern Boulevard until the 2003 North Corona rezoning was mapped within R5 district with a C2-2 commercial overlay, which allowed 1.25 residential FAR and 1.0 commercial FAR with a height limit of 40 feet. The 2003 rezoning mapped an R6 district with a C24 commercial overlay, which allows a 2.43 residential FAR and a 2.0 commercial FAR on the site. Now, according to the information provided in the application, the tallest projection of the proposed building would reach 376 feet above average mean sea level, or 331 feet above ground level. The proposed 376 feet height is 206 feet above the maximum 170 feet height in an airport circling district of the flight obstruction area. If built, this building would be more than double the height of any building for miles around. An approximately 33-story building located less than a mile from LaGuardia would cause significant safety concerns for the neighborhoods of East Elmhurst, Jackson Heights, and North Corona, including the potential for an aircraft accident. And we're talking about tens of thousands of families of that portion of Queens. Additionally, the application materials submitted do not demonstrate, fail to demonstrate, that a 33-story building that meets all zoning and building codes is achievable as of right on the site. The approximation of the building height is impossible to surmise because there is nothing in the application materials other than a small schematic diagram marked illustrative, indicating the proposed height of the building relative to the flight obstruction area horizontal surface. Further, without such detail that has undergone Department of Buildings plan examinations, it is not known if the proposed building meets street wall height, setback, or sky exposure plane regulations and all other relevant zoning regulations. And probably most importantly, as part of this joint letter by then Borough President Katz, Speaker Pro Tempore, Aubrey, and Councilman Moya. Since development of the site was announced in the press in 2013, and in the nearly 6 years in between, there have been several meetings held at the request of Community Board 3, my office, and the offices of Speaker Pro Temp Aubrey, Councilmember Moya, and several area civic groups. All of these meetings were requested in good faith to give the developer an opportunity to inform and describe the proposed development in greater detail and provide them an opportunity to receive feedback from all affected parties. Instead, there was little to no information forthcoming from the developer at the meetings, and promises made by the developer to follow up and provide in-depth details never materialized. The applicant has not acted in good faith to gain the trust of the community, nor have they provided assurances that the proposed development is appropriate to the neighborhood or within regulation. There are no other buildings rising 33 stories in the general vicinity of LaGuardia Airport, even with the $8 billion overhaul underway. More importantly, we cannot allow approval of a potentially life-threatening condition around our airports resulting from this development, for which we do not have any detailed plans to allow for a full analysis. For a full analysis of the potential impacts on the built character and the real effects on the community and aircraft flight operations. Sincerely, Melinda Katz, Borough President of Queens, Jeffrey Aubrey, Speaker Pro Temp of Assembly District 35, and Francisca Moya, Council Member, Council District 21. I'm joined with me, the Director of Planning and Development over at Borough Hall. He is no stranger to these hearings and is here to answer any technical questions that you may have. But thank you very much, commissioners, and Chair Perlmutter for indulging and allowing us to read this into the record.
Thank you. And we've actually all read this letter because it was submitted. And
so you just humored me.
But
Thank you.
It was good to hear it out loud. So I actually do have a couple of questions. The first is, you're aware that this is an R6 zoning district, right? So, and with a commercial overlay, right? And that, but for being within a certain distance of the airport, as Commissioner Shetta said, I think yesterday, the proposed height, arguably assuming it complies with the zoning regulations, would be permitted as of right. The reason that there's a special permit is because oddly, back in whenever this was done, in the 70s or something like that, the zoning resolution was relying on old FAA criteria to limit the heights of buildings within a certain distance, and it used these kinds of cones of influence, right? And so as long as you fit within those cones of influence, you were allowed to build to the certain height. In this case, I think it's like 170 feet, right? But it turns out, what we've learned from the FAA is that criteria is very dated, which is why we defer to the FAA to tell us whether or not it's safe to be X height, right? And in some cases, the FAA says, no, 336 is too high. We've had some where they're more like in the 200 range, right? So that's kind of the position that we're in, and language like it's not appropriate, that goes to if there were a variance being requested where, it's so far outside of the realm of the allowable zoning in the district. So let's just say not an R6, but like an R5 where there's a limitation, I don't know if that has a limitation on height, but let's just say one where it says the maximum height is 80 feet and they want to do 200 feet. Obviously, that's a question where we're looking at the appropriateness effectively in the neighborhood character. But here, this is really, normally we would let you build this R6 building, is what the City Planning Commission said, and accept that you're close to the airport and we're afraid to allow you to do that, so ask the FAA if it's safe, right? So I do have to say that I think the beef is actually with the zoning in the district. And whereas the special permit in terms of safety is really the FAA saying, we think it's safe, right? In this case, because the FAA looked at it 3 years ago and so many things have happened in the last 3 years that maybe they would want to change their minds, that's why we'd like them to look again at the same application and make sure that they are using the same criteria today, right? So.
Well, I guess I understand what you're saying. The FAA is saying that the standards have changed, and so perhaps, but what we're working with is a zoning resolution.
Closer to.
Yeah, so if the FAA is representing that the standards have changed and these are outdated, the fact remains that we're working with the zoning resolution as it exists today, and that's what we're reacting to. Secondly, the airplanes are moving at tremendous speeds, hundreds of miles per hour. So, the margin for error is very slim. So, I think that in in terms of public safety, we'd like to be as conservative as possible because it's a densely populated area.
Right.
And another thing is that I've seen other applications for the FAA special permit that have come with fairly detailed plans in terms of floor plates, heights, setbacks, and the whole 9 yards. And the point is, this application doesn't do any of that.
Right.
And I would also add that, through the history of this project as presented, they've represented they can do as of right certain types of uses, which were not true. They said convention center, among other things, which the R6, as large as a building could be, is not a as of right use. So the point that was being made is that, yes, the R6 may allow this building, but how do we know that without a plan examination by Department of Buildings that says, in addition to this objection about the FAA height, that everything else is in order?
Right. So we agreed by looking at the materials. The materials are very scanty and they don't really show us anything. So they have to essentially resubmit. And the drawings will need to look like the standard materials that we've gotten on some other applications, where the consultant and the architect worked together, and they put together a clear set of drawings and a clear set of FAA analyses. So it's a consultant that specializes in the subject of FAA review, and it's actually quite interesting what they do to show you the flight paths and all of that.
Right.
So, yeah, we actually, I think, had a little video the last time we had one of these, which was fascinating. So actually, you should come to that because it's really super interesting to see how the planes fly over, and when they're anticipating a problem on the part of the pilot, how they deal with that. So,
Yeah, and it's not only landing, it's also circling.
No, all of those things. They
They look at the
anticipate all
worst
of it.
case.
It's super fascinating, so do come for the next one, or we'll send
Let
you
me know,
a
I'll come.
copy of the video. Okay.
And Madam Chair, as you mentioned, a lot happens in 3 years. And for that matter, I mean, air traffic alone has
Yes.
augmented significantly in just the past 3 years, certainly over LaGuardia, for example. But I'd like to emphasize the part in here, you mentioned that you're awaiting additional information from the applicants. We were very disappointed in the applicant not acting in good faith over the course of several years.
Understood. Okay, thank you very much. Are there other elected
Yes.
officials to speak?
Do you want to, so I have District Leader Hiram Montserrat, and then your state Democratic person, and then Ms. Reed. Okay. No, you don't have to be sworn in, sir. Thank you.
State your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking up this matter. My statement is going to be very brief. I concur largely with the Borough President's statements. The only thing I would add to the issue of safety, you have the issue of circling at LaGuardia Airport, which I believe now is the 4th busiest airport in the nation. Their capacity has dramatically and will dramatically increase as a result of the airport expansion, still not finalized. I don't know how much of that was taken into account, but we also have 3 stadiums in eyesight of this proposed project. You have Citi Field, you have the Tennis Center Stadium, and you have the smaller Louis Armstrong Stadium. Across the street, you have the Dory Miller Housing Co-op, which is a historical place for our community. And their quality of life will be immediately impacted to the negative. The chair spoke about adverse impacts being taken into account. We asked the board to continue to do that, understanding that Northern Boulevard in essence is a highway, and to build a 33-story structure on that busy corner, literally eyeshot from 3 major stadiums next to the airport, would create tremendous additional congestion to what already exists. The parking conditions there from 4 to 7 are no standing because of that type of volume. And this structure at that magnitude would probably be the worst thing that could happen to our community. Lastly, I would like to point out that at the community board meeting that was held, the applicant had the opportunity to address community concerns and to be forthright in their plan. They chose not to do so. I think that the issue of acting in bad faith should also be taken into account, and that's why I put that into the record. I thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to address you, and I thank you for your deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and to the board. My name is David Aiken. I am the State Democratic Committee member for that area. And I'm against this project, as well as many people in my community. We think that it's out of character of the community. Across the street, there is a development, Dory Miller Housing Complex. The highest floor, I believe, is 6 stories. Am I correct? Yes. 6 stories. It's been there for many years in our community. The proposed 33-story building will negatively affect this community. The views that we've had for years is more than just the FAA in our community and the airport, where there are residents, there are schools, there are retirees, there are new families. So as you consider this, please consider also those that live and build their lives in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other elected officials or representatives?
Ms.
of?
Reed from the Community Board.
Good afternoon. My name is Giovanna Reed. I am the District Manager of Community Board 3. Our community has a population of over 250,000 residents. This particular project is a major concern to my community. In the area where this tower, a 33-story tower, is to be constructed, immediately on that block is an intermediate school that is under construction. There are 4 daycare centers. There are 2 senior centers. And the largest population of my district is in that area. We are very concerned about what is going to happen there. Community Board 3 has reviewed over the years a number of special permits. And I have to say that this is the first experience that we've had where the developer isn't more upfront about what is being developed. There was a small illustration, schematic, that we were to envision what was to be there. And it's our community, we are supportive of our business community, we are supportive of our property owners, but this was an experience that we had never encountered before. They were not forthright in any way. So I'm asking the Board of Standard and Appeals to look at this seriously. It is going to negatively affect the quality of life for all the residents in not only my district, outside of the district as well. It will be the largest structure anywhere with the exception of Manhattan. I'd also like to say that the problem is the developer never sat down with the community in earnest to explain what it is that they want to do. They have no idea of what the impacts of that structure will entail. Further, they did not present a traffic study. They have no idea of what happens on Northern Boulevard. Northern Boulevard is the extension of the Grand Central Parkway. I invite you all to come any day, any hour of the week to see what happens there. Their intention is to bring more than 300 cars onto that street. Again, there are 4 elementary schools in that neighborhood. You're adding traffic and creating a very hazardous situation. I ask you to consider all of these points because it's very critical. I can also say that the structure is out of scale and that it does not fit in our environment. All those things are true, but they do have a right to do these things. But let's be realistic. Just because you have permission to build higher doesn't mean that you have to at the risk of the community. So I ask you to consider these. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please don't do that. Next speaker, please.
You can come up one by one, and you state your name for the record, and each will have 3 minutes. There are no more electeds, right? No more? No. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this is the...
Okay. Yeah, these are short. Yes, and yes, state your name, because I'll mark you off then. You already signed in, right? Yeah.
16-story building.
Hi, good afternoon.
If you want to line up on that side of the room, that'd be great, if you could.
160.
My name is Pamela Clark, and I live at
Sorry.
I live right across from the construction site. And since they've started their foundation, I have to clean every day with the dust and the noise and everything. But that's a construction, so that's beside the point. I know my quality of life is going to change because that building is going to be too high. I live on the 5th floor of Building 1 of Dora Miller.
Ms. Clark, could I ask you to just stand by the mic a little closer?
Yeah, closer
Okay.
to the mic. So
Thank you, dear.
And some nights when I lay in my bed, I can see the lights of the Whitestone Bridge, which is beautiful. And making this building, this construction, I would be unable to do that. Right on a walkway in the afternoons, when it's summer, we do have a large population of retirees that we sit on these benches and talk to each other. That building is going to take away our sunlight, our view from the skyline and the building. I know that in that building I won't be able to have sun or see the sunset in the afternoon. I'm really objecting to the height of this building because my quality of life is going to change, and I'm a retiree.
Thank you very much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Aretha Wareham, and I'm representing a community group that we created when we first found out about this property. It's called STOP, which means Standing Together on Principle. The first meeting that we had with them, I actually met the developer, Mr. Zhao, and at that time, and we have been through. Even then, they had better, what can I say, a diagram on what they were planning to build as of right.
The
Okay.
convention center, you mean? or-
Yes, with the convention center, but every time I've met with several other agencies, I believe this is number 5 here that represents them because there's been quite a few of them in between. And every single one of them, you're right, did not give us a full detail on what was going to be built there. We did say you have your as of right, you can certainly build as of right, but when they start requesting more floors, that's when we had a little bit more concern with. I could tell you at the first meeting, we did request a traffic study. We never received it at all during each agency that came on. We requested it. We never received it. Only because to the point where, as District Leader Hiram Maserati had stated, is that Northern Boulevard is congested. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it is stop traffic only between the Coliseums, the stadiums that are there, just the regular traffic from Long Island, from the city, it is stop traffic only. And they had said they are going to build a 200, at that time, the first proposal that we got, it was a 200-car garage. And as I see, it has climbed, the numbers have climbed. So they are not being forthright at us. Every single agency that we deal with, the plans change a little bit. So again, as requested in the early statements, please consider this with the neighborhood and with the schools that are going to be built there, with the schools that are being built there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Raymond Jostling, and I am a shareholder at the Dory Miller. My concerns have been stated already. However, for a developer to come to a community board meeting and not have the proper information to share with those of the community gives me pause. I don't know if it's because of the ethnicity of the community and they don't think that we're apt to understand what's going on. But if you're not forthcoming with information, then how can we trust you in going forward? As has been stated earlier, there are children in the area, there are the seniors in the area. My concern is the safety of all that live there. It's unfortunate that the developer is not prepared, or was not prepared. Let me rephrase. It was unfortunate that the developer was not prepared to answer questions. And when the few questions that were posed to him were minimalized. So once again, are they taking into account the community, the people that live there, or do they really care? Because in my mind, it's about $1. And that's very sad to me.
It's
The
about
quality of
what?
life.
I'm sorry, it's about a what?
Dollar.
Dollar, oh, okay. Yeah.
The quality of
Okay.
life for those that live there, me included, will be lessened. And once again, you do have a number of retirees there who are just trying to enjoy the rest of their years. Now we have to concern ourselves about a 33-story structure. With everything I want to say and then being kind, it's not fair. Good day, everyone.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Next speaker?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Barbara Chambers. I live in Meadowman. I do not live in Dormill. I live behind on 34th Avenue. The tallest building in that area for the longest time is Meadowman, which is 12 stories. Dory Miller is like 6 stories. But according to how Meadow Manor is built, it does not look any higher than Dory Miller. And my concern is that you give them permission to build one high-rise, one luxury apartment. What else are they going to take? They're going to go after Malcolm X daycare, then they're going to go after Dory Miller, then they're going to come around the corner to Dory Miller. I'm a senior citizen and I don't have anywhere to move. I cannot afford to move into one of those luxury apartments. Maybe you don't know what those apartments look like. I can tell you because I'm looking over to Flushing. There was nothing like this when I lived there. And now Long Island City look like Manhattan. Flushing is looking like Long Island City. So the next thing, Corona will be looking like Flushing. So when they take over everywhere, where are we going to go? What about affordable housing for the neighborhood? That's what we need. We don't need luxury apartment because people like me and who look like me will never able to get into one of those high luxury apartments. And now the traffic on Northern Boulevard, it moved on to 34th, right on neither our window. Because in the evening, Northern Boulevard is so congested that now they come on to 34th in the mornings and in the evening. The school bus pick up the children at the park. And the school bus have to say like this because there are so many cars, the people want to come up, they're blowing the and the children, they deposit the children right at the corner at 113 and 34 across George Hinton Park. When we come home from church, if the church bus drop, the people playing the ball in the park, we cannot come up to 34th Avenue. It's just a terrible congestion in the neighborhood. And what happened when they put a luxury apartment? What happened to us? I'm a senior citizen, I don't have nowhere to go. I can't afford that. So I object for them to put in it. First of all, it was supposed to be a convention center. We have this big meeting at Langston Hughes Library. We didn't hear anything about it until we hear about this 33-story building. So what's going to happen to us? On Northern Boulevard, they're building all the three families, 3-story houses, everything that goes up new in Northern, it's 6- and 7-story building. So what's going to happen to us in a short period of time? That's my question I want to ask you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Other speakers? Any other speakers?
Anyone else? No? Okay. Mr. Travers?
Yeah, and I just want to try to explain what our job is here. So the site is zoned R6, and it's allowed also to have some commercial use in it under limited amounts, right? And the R6 allows for a certain amount of floor area, and they can probably build all of that floor area as of right. They just would pack it differently. So the concerns that you have about traffic and parking and so on, those kinds of things would be the case whether they're asking to build tall or to build, they wouldn't come to us if they were trying to build flat and squat. So the only thing that we're being asked to look at here is whether the Federal Aviation Administration is okay with the height of the building being close to LaGuardia Airport, because the zoning limits the height of buildings close to LaGuardia. But for example, if this site were located a little further inland, I don't know how much further, because maybe another 1,000 feet in, I'm not actually sure where the zone ends for the airport.
8,000.
What is it,
I think 8,000.
8,000 feet from the end of the runway. So if this site, the same size site, were located further inland away from the runway, it could go to whatever, 33 feet, 33 stories, 50 stories, if the site were big enough, because the zoning is allowing it. So I just need to put that into perspective. And so if the community has problems with the size of the project, it's a question of zoning, and it's a question that really the City Planning Commission deals with, or the Department of City Planning deals with, and maybe with your borough president and your community board, you address that. But we're dealing with what the rules are today, and there's a limit to how much we can do here. So, go ahead. So, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say briefly, the allegations of bad faith are very discouraging and troubling. We presented this project to the community board on 3 separate occasions. We sent them a letter reminding them of the period in which they're supposed to respond under the board's rules. The tension here has always been that the drawings that the board has before them is as far as the design has been developed. So when additional information is being requested, we are saying this is the project to date. And we have provided exactly what the statute requires. And that's a site plan with elevations showing the proposed building in relation to the maximum building heights.
I have to stop you right there. The drawings are terrible. And if you're trying to actually explain to a community what you're planning to do, you don't show them really, they look like drawings done by beginning, not even architecture students. I'm sorry, I'd be just as angry as they are if that was what you get up there and you show them and that's the project. You can't read them, you don't understand what they are, the dimensions are really hard to understand, and meanwhile, there's a rendering of the convention center that was proposed that's very detailed. So the community had in 2015, I mean, I got it from the YIMBY website, which is very useful, right? They had a very clear understanding of what the project was when it was proposed to be a convention center. Whether or not you're allowed to have it in this district is another subject. But you go from a clear explanation of a project, which is a lot shorter, right? And then you come back with this 30-story non-shape because you can't understand the drawings at all. So I wouldn't go there.
Fair enough.
The submission was poor, and we're going to make the submission something that is meeting the minimum standards or better for the board and the community for their information. That material will be submitted to us and also to the community board. So you go to your community board and you'll be able to, and I think the district manager's here, so you can go to your community board and take a look at what the submission is, okay?
And the council member and the borough president.
Yes, also council member, borough president, whoever's office is closer to you, then take a look at the submission to them.
Right. And I also just want to speak to some of the confusion about the convention center. There was a prior iteration of this project that was a variance project, and that seems to have been caught up in this project, which is entirely different. So I just want to make that clear. And, you know, what's going to be constructed here is going to be an as-of-right building. If we show a design with alternate setbacks, there's going to be issues with it. If we show a design with the regular setbacks, there's going to be an issue with it. There is a...
Sorry, what do you mean by an issue with it?
The community is going to have an issue with it.
Right, but what we're trying to understand is what's your project? Because the envelope that we agreed to here is your envelope. You're going to need to fit within it, right? And so it's not just a plane under which you put the building, right? It will be, like you'll see on the sample set, it will be basically the profile of the building, and then you'll figure out, you know, the details as you proceed with the design development. But it's not just you're preserving this outside, anything I want underneath this maximum height. That's not what we do here.
And just a point of clarification for our preparation of those plans. If the building is below the height threshold that FAA has approved, which is in this case a horizontal plane, would the width dimensions be relevant then?
Yes, and so if you're not ready for that, then the application is premature.
No, but...
And if I could clarify.
Yeah,
So,
just for...
if approved, that elevation is what stands. Any deviation of that elevation will require to come back to the board.
Yes.
Even a lower elevation?
Yes.
Yep. Yes.
Any elevation.
Right, FAA needs to be informed if the building gets shorter, right?
Because it's conditions of the placement of mechanicals or cranes or whatever it is that goes along with it is contingent on that particular approval.
Right, and so if you look at, for instance, the drawings that we'll work with you with that sample, that's a building where there are lots of different heights. The FAA looks at all the points on all of those heights and determines, based on their relationship to the runway, whether those heights are okay, and then determines that that's the cutoff point. So you can't play around with the envelope once it's determined by the FAA and here.
Right.
And the Department of Buildings won't allow your drawings, you to proceed if your drawings deviate from what we've approved. So if you don't know what your building looks like yet, then the application is premature, and you better find out what your building looks like.
We have the proposed building. We will clarify the drawings to show that proposed building with the necessary notations that the board needs.
Okay. All right, and so then, other questions? Well, so the comments that were made at the review session, you need to respond to everything?
Of course.
Otherwise, I have to read them?
We heard them loud and clear. We
Okay.
have the recording. We will address them.
Okay. Is there anything else anybody wants to add, commissioners?
No, just want to make sure that he understood that if you're going to change anything in the bulk of the building, in the layout of the building, FAA doesn't look at it like if this is your like threshold elevation, whatever is underneath that is permitted. It's not like that.
I understood that.
They look at it as a bulk that affects the aerodynamic field around the building and around the airport field. So if you're gonna change something in the plans, I believe you're gonna need to resubmit either way to
Correct.
FAA.
Right. Understood. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes. And that's why, you know, in the current proposal, you have 3 points. In another one we had like 6 or 8 points,
Mhm.
right? Where they're measuring off of all the different locations on the roof. Okay? Okay. So then, your consultant is going to need some time to put together that report.
Yeah, we've already tasked Mr. Pittman with that, so our goal would be to have everything put together in 3 weeks.
He needs more time, but okay. So, like March, really, no, we're looking at March. Ready? And that would be a submission.
submission date of February 26th with a continued hearing on March 17th.
So for the community's benefit, March 17 is when they come back here, and instead of the afternoon session, it'll be in the morning session, okay? And then on March, what'd you say?
February 26th.
On February 26th, the applicant must submit to us the response to, we, by the way, had comments yesterday, which I'll go into in a little more detail. They need to respond to all of our comments from yesterday, the discussions today. There will be a FAA-trained engineer who prepares a very elaborate report that even included, the last time we saw one, it even included a video to show flight patterns. So we've asked for something along those lines for that as well. It'll include much more detailed drawings about the building, and that will be submitted to us and also to the community board, the borough president, and the city council member. And so to the extent you're within shorter distances to those entities, go check out the application a few days later, because it should be submitted to them. And then in terms of yesterday's comments, we have all of these hearings, and the day before the hearing, we have what's known as a review session. That's videotaped. You see we're videotaped. By the afternoon of Monday, what's the date again, sorry? The 16th? 16th of March, we'll have had a review session, and you can come to that, but rather than coming all this way, you can listen to the tape of the review session by something like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's mounted to our website, which is nyc.gov/BSA. And you can watch what our comments are, so that when you come to the hearing the next day, you're a little bit prepared for your own testimony, okay?
And today's hearing will be available, I guess, in a couple of days, right?
Yeah, and so this is also videotaped, so to remind yourself what happened, or if you want to take notes or something, then you can listen to that maybe by Thursday or so, right? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming. We really do appreciate the community coming out. It's very helpful. Okay.
This concludes the public hearing for January 14th, 2020.
Hi.
Your point about
I can't talk about